discussion of the motion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, first order of business, we have some presentations, and I would ask the City Council to come down by the podium, and we'll start with the recognition of the outgoing Planning Commission members. One is ill tonight, but we'd like to acknowledge the service Ellen Smith has done, and then we will turn the time over to our Chief McElwraith for the Fire Department for the rest of it. Thanks. Please step down.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity tonight to recognize two of our newest firefighters that have completed their one-year probation. With that, I want to call up Robert Reedy and Colin Steele. I'll read their short biograph on them, and then our, what are you laughing at me for there? Come on forward. That means walk up here. All right, this is Robert Reedy coming up first, Colin Steele next to him. Robert Reedy is here tonight with his wife Aaliyah, his daughter Fatima, Violet, and Everett. Robert has graduated paramedic school and achieved a bachelor's degree in emergency management from UVU. Robert worked as a part-time firefighter paramedic for Lone Peak Fire District and was hired full-time by Mountain West Medical Center in Tooele. Additionally, Robert worked part-time for American Fork Fire Department before joining the West Jordan Fire Department. Robert was hired as a firefighter in West Shore in December of 2013. And just recently, as openings have occurred, has been given the rank of firefighter paramedic. Robert's hobbies include hiking, climbing, and exercising. And shortly, his wife, Aaliyah, will be pinning his badge on. Our second firefighter is Colin Steele. His wife, Stacy, is here. Also his mother and father, brother and sisters. Colin is currently working on a bachelor's degree at Utah Valley University. Colin has been around firefighting most of his life, as his father, Captain John Steele, has been a member of the West Jordan Fire Department for well over 25 years. Colin became a full-time firefighter in West Jordan in December of 2013. His hobbies include going to the gym. I might add, his first month employed here, he won the Healthy West Jordan contest, was the first place winner, and we made him use his winnings to buy new uniforms because they didn't fit anymore. He enjoys watching movies and going on cruises, and his wife, Stacy, will be pinning his badge on him. So if I can ask our clerk, our procedure recorder, Melanie, if she will give them the oath. If I could get Aaliyah and Stacy to come forward. And families are welcome to come down to take pictures. And this is a pretty simple process. Open and as they're pinning those badges on, I just want to take a second. For the last 12 months, these two gentlemen have had to go through a training program where they've signed off all of their skills for a firefighter to show that they know those. They've also had Those are the things that are structured that we require new people to do. There's the unstructured items. That means they answer the phone the first time. They make sure they're the first one on the engine. And after tonight, you can get rid of that stigma of being the boot person, and you can carry that on by making sure the next group do as well as you do. And welcome to the West Jordan Fire Department. Thank you. All right, the next presentation that we have is one of our firefighters, Firefighter Zach Kessler, if you'll come forward, please. Short introduction for Zach. Zach's been a firefighter paramedic with the department for 12 years, just over 10. He's also a member of the Army Reserves Guard, Utah National Guard. So I'm going to stop talking. This is Firefighter Zach Kessler, and I'm going to turn the time over to him for his presentation to the city.
Thanks, Chief. First, I'd like to say thank you to the mayor, city council members, city managers, department heads, and other officials for allowing me the opportunity to come before you today. Like the Chief said, my name is Zach Kessler, paramedic here in West Jordan for over 10 years now. Out on the wall outside these chambers, there's a United States flag and certificates that I presented just like this the last time I returned from a military deployment. I come before you again for the second time in less than 3 years after returning from another military deployment. Currently, I'm serving in the Utah Army National Guard. I'm a staff sergeant, platoon sergeant, and a critical care flight paramedic for Charlie Company, 1st of the 171st Aviation Regiment, based out of West Jordan at Airport Number 2. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Medevac Detachment Commander, Captain Penny McCarthy, who also recently returned from Afghanistan with me. This deployment required a leave of absence from the department for almost 15 months. And with military deployment comes significant hardship to service members and their families and their friends. Some of those hardships are financial, marital, parental, and employment. And I can say with all honesty that throughout my years of service, which is 13 years of service in the military now, I've never once had to worry about employer support for military service. And I can't express to you enough the relief that is to not have to worry about that when serving in the military. And I want to thank all of you for continuing to support personnel in their wishes to serve in the military, and would ask that you continue to guide policies and things of that nature to support and encourage military participation. I can also testify to the great service that the fire department and public safety police do within the city. Additionally, I'm a resident of the city and have been now for 12 years, and I've grown up in and around West Jordan my whole life as a graduate from Copper Hills High School. And it's an additional relief to know firsthand that when I can't be here for my own family's well-being, when they're in need, I know the names and faces of all the people who would respond and take care of them and protect them and serve them. And I would also ask that you continue to make policy decisions that only attract and retain the most qualified, the most experienced, and the highest trained candidates in order to continue to serve me and all of you and the citizens of the community the highest level possible. And the way I'd like to show my appreciation is I actually had a flag shipped to me while I was overseas. Last time I flew an American flag, and this time I decided to do a little bit differently. I have a City of West Jordan flag. It happens to have the old logo on it, but we flew this flag on medevac mission, and I have a certificate with me to authenticate the flag to hopefully put on display. We actually opened the flag inside the aircraft with the doors open, and you see the picture on the flag is the West Jordan City flag, inside the medevac helicopter. Not on mission, at a different time. But it just says who we were, who was on the aircraft. Thank you for your support, and just a token of our appreciation. So I'd like to present this to you, Mayor, on behalf of the City Council. another note, I would also like to extend a personal thank you and show of appreciation to Chief McElreath. That high quality of service is a direct reflection of the leadership that the Chief provides to the department. And, you know, I can't say enough. I can't have a better boss. You know, he's all accommodating whatever I need. He makes sure I have it so I can serve without any doubts. And I have a token of appreciation. It's a Patriotic Employer Award from the Employer Support Guard Reserve organization that I'd like to present to him. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Captain Penny McCarthy to say a few things about ESGR employment and military service.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. I want to recognize Chief McElreath and just say I can't tell you enough how thankful we are to have employers like yourself who allow our soldiers to go out and do what they do and focus on the mission when the time comes for us to go do the mission. Sergeant Kessler is an incredible asset for us. And generally speaking, soldiers will take their military experience and they'll transition over to the civilian world and apply those skills in the civilian world. In this case, we were fortunate enough to obtain Sergeant Kessler in about January of 2012, and he's just been an incredible asset for our unit. We're medevac, of course, and with him being a critical care paramedic, he's just been an incredible asset to us. So I just want to sincerely thank all of you for what you do. We know it's not easy to let employees go. And, you know, we kind of joked at our deployment ceremony and then our coming home ceremony that it was the Zach Kessler and Chris Ryan show. Because for both of them, they had such a presence with the fire department, the police department, and their families that it was just incredible to see. So thank you all so much for what you do. And I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Teedy. He's the chair for the Utah ESGR. Thanks again.
Well, good evening. Thank you for your time today. The reason I'm up here today is to share with you why these people are important to us in the first place. If we lived in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Ukraine right now, life would be a little tough. We probably wouldn't even be coming to a city council meeting at all tonight. So these men and women dedicate themselves either full-time or part-time to secure our country, and they like doing it. My analogy is let's use a three-legged stool. They have to have support from their family. They have to have their support from their employer. They have to really love the military. If one of these legs are obviously missing, that stool doesn't work. So it's a great combination of all of the above. And part of our responsibility is to help share. When we get these Patriot Awards from our reservists, it's important for us to come up, present these, and share with you why this is a big deal. About 50% of our military forces are reservists, just like Zach. Without them, we would not have a military. And they do not know sometimes when they're going to get deployed. They might get a short notice, they got to go, and as an employer, that's the pits. You want somebody that's going to show up, but as long as they give you advance notice that you can organize around it and accommodate what they need, and they appreciate that, because without you guys doing your thing, they absolutely cannot do theirs. So another thing we'd like to share with you this evening is what's called a Statement of Support Award. Or actually, it's a statement of support. What this is for employers that can share with their coworkers and other people that come into their establishment that they support our military. So I'd like the mayor and the fire chief to come up, and we'll do a signing. We even have pens. Gary, come on over.
Ellen, will you come up, please? How many years on the Planning Commission for you, Ellen? 7 years. How many nights did you get a big thank you when you left? Not very many, huh? We're here. Lisa Bridge also wasn't able to be here. She's got the flu. But we are here to thank you for the service. It's a thankless job at times. We know that. Everyone on this council knows that very much. And we'd like to award you with this plaque tonight as a token of the service that you rendered for the city of West Jordan. And we really do appreciate it. And thank you very much. Would you step back and... It's always amazing to see the heroes in our community, the service that they do, and we have many of them here tonight that are heroes every day. And those that also serve in our armed forces, there's nothing greater than the service they provide for us and keep us safe. We have one more presentation tonight, and this presentation by Ken Bullock from the Utah League of Cities and Towns. He's the president, and he wanted to give us a report on some legislation. So Ken,
thank you very much for the invitation, Mayor. And first, may I say congratulations to the firefighters who were sworn in, and what a noble profession they serve and provide for our communities. Just for the general public, the Utah League of Cities and Towns is an organization that's been around 108 years. It represents the interest of, one of the areas it serves is representing the interests of local government at the legislature. And Mayor, I very much appreciate the invitation that you extended to us and Bryce to come and talk about transportation and what is going on at the legislature and what we've been asking local communities to participate with us in sending a message to the legislature of the critical need that there is in funding transportation. If you think about the top issues in the state, from air quality, health care, economic development, I said air quality, transportation is clearly one of them. It's one not only at the state level, but also on a local level. And it has a significant impact on those broader issues. Clearly, you can see the correlation between air quality. You can see the correlation, oftentimes is forgotten, with health care. The need to be able to have active transportation opportunities for our residents to be out and to be much more physically active than we currently are. It's been since 1983 since we've had a sales tax increase, a general sales tax increase for local government. It's been since 1997 since we've had a gas tax increase. And during that time, transportation has changed dramatically. For the most part, transportation has been a road, and we fund it with gas taxes and some registration fees. Well, there's been a significant paradigm shift that's occurred over the last number of years, and it's not just transportation for roads anymore. It's the different types of means in which we get around, from biking, walking, trails, mountain biking, commuter biking, CNG vehicles, electric vehicles. The spectrum has changed dramatically over the years, and consequently, your budgets and the state budgets have been stretched as far as I think they can go without really having any type of funding increase over the last 3 decades. So what the league has been proposing is an increase in general sales tax for local, a general sales tax increase for the cities from a local option implementation. And we've been asking communities throughout the state to pass a resolution to show support of that to the legislature. Most of the time, raising taxes is exceptionally difficult. And I can imagine the residents that you face on a regular basis in your neighborhoods, in your businesses, and in city council chambers are, it's not something that they look forward to, nor do I think it's a vote that you look forward to imposing. However, government does cost. Services do cost. As I've said, it's been almost three decades, a little over 3 decades for a sales tax increase, and since 1997, since a gas tax increase. So as an organization that represents you, we're working with the legislature, Representative Coleman, Representative Ivory, and Senator Harper, working very closely with them and trying to find means that, from a funding standpoint, that can be available to you to be able to meet the critical needs that you have. So, Mayor, I'd be happy to, I know you have a full agenda and I don't want to take too much time, but I'd be happy to respond to any particular questions you might have.
Questions for Ken tonight? Councilmember Stoker.
Microphone didn't want to turn on. Just one quick question about the local option sales tax. I've heard a number of rumors or discussions that that if it were a 1/4% local option tax, that the state would still take half of it, or a portion of it would go to the county, a portion of it would go to transit, that it might be a local option, but it wouldn't stay our money?
No. As you can imagine, and the mayor, and an issue that you're dealing with the auto dealerships, there's lots of rumors and innuendos and speculations, and there's a lot of ebb and flow during the 45-day session. What our proposal is that it was a quarter cent sales tax increase. It would be imposed by local governments, and it would be distributed on a point of sale and population basis. Now, there's been a lot of discussions. Speaker Hughes is a strong proponent of UTA. He's a former chairman of UTA. The counties also. Once we put forth our proposal, there was a lot of folks who I think liked the idea of what we were trying to propose and how we wanted to see it used and expanded. And when I say expanded, the usage would still be transportation, but it would be within a new definition and more of a contemporary definition of what transportation is. The complete streets, the biking, and of those types of things. Currently, it is proposed that it would be 0.10 for the cities, 0.10 for UTA, and 0.05 for the counties. We would be negotiating with the legislature. The bill sponsor is Johnny Anderson, who is a representative in a neighboring community from Taylorsville, and we want to make sure that whatever portion is allotted to local government, that it is given to local government. You get to use it. There's not a state portion. That would be, if they passed any type of adjustment in the gas tax, that would be something that would be split between the state and local governments. But from a sales tax standpoint, current discussions are some for the counties, some for UTA, and some for local governments.
And just a quick follow-up, has there been any discussion on the possibility of how a local option might be divisive between different municipalities? I mean, we share borders with different municipalities.
Right.
If one takes the local option and others don't,
Correct.
The problems that might cause?
That's a very good question, Councilman. Initially, our initial proposal was that this would be a local option that would be implemented statewide by individual communities. That still is in negotiations, and those negotiations will start in the next week or so with Representative Anderson. But the intent is to try and have all the communities to impose it. And hence, if everyone does impose it, then the distribution would be on a 50-50 basis. It's a little known fact is that there's currently 19 tax rates in the state of Utah. Salt Lake County has of the 15 communities, there's two, everyone but South Salt Lake and Alta have a 6.85% sales tax. It varies from 2 to 4 different types of tax rates throughout the state and individual counties. So is it a concern? Yes, but not really. We do want to make sure that those who impose it are the recipients of the benefit, are able to receive the benefits of imposing that tax. If they don't, if other cities throughout the state don't impose it, they shouldn't be able to get any of the benefits from it.
Thank you.
I just had one. Go ahead. please.
Oh, okay. So Ken, did you say that it was a half split between like the cities and UTA and who else was involved in that?
The counties, and that's more of an edict that's come down from leadership in the House, that they felt that I believe we had a very sound, comprehensive proposal that was able to meet transportation needs for the future for communities. They just wanted to see it spread a little bit more throughout some of the other providers of transportation. So 0.05 is to the counties, 0.10 is to UTA, 0.10 to the cities, and 0.05 to the counties. Our proposal again would be that your portion would be imposed by ordinance. UTA does currently, the way its government is structured, does not allow it to do that, so it would have to have a public vote, whether it was by county or district-wide, and the county would be able to impose it by ordinance.
If that vote fails, then what does that?
With UTA or with you?
UTA.
That would be, I guess, a suggestion to them that maybe they might need to do some things differently.
Okay.
That's not something that we clearly want to see everyone successful in transportation.
Right.
But what our concern is you have a state system, a county system, city, and UTA. They all need to be integrated, but our specific charge is to be able to help you have the resources to be able to maintain the quality of transportation in your city that you and your residents expect.
Okay. Thank you.
Ken, how do you feel the support on Capitol Hill is for your proposal at this point?
The league's proposal really got the discussion and the dialogue moving in terms of recognizing that there has been an entire paradigm shift of how we move and how transportation is going to be in the future. So from that standpoint, I think we've made significant inroads. There is strong support to do something for local governments. Transportation funding is more how I like to refer to it as opposed to gas tax. Gas tax is for a car. We all use transportation in some fashion or another, whether we're walking down sidewalks. My guess is you have a substantial backlog on your capital projects for sidewalk improvement. Ogden City, as an example, is $23 million behind. And so there's various means in which people are recognizing how we get around. So there is support to do something. In speaking with both Speaker Hughes and President Niederhauser, there's support for us from some standpoint of a sales tax. How much is the question?
One more.
Yes, please.
Ken, is there precedent of a community or a city, municipality, taxing on behalf of another city tax on behalf of UTA or the county?
No.
How are they working that out?
Well,
it's
a very good question. When our initial proposal came forward, we saw the quarter cent coming to local government. You guys would impose it, and then we had the distribution worked out. UTA has other options that are available to them. They like to pursue sales tax for a variety of reasons. Another fact that I think is important to understand about UTA's funding is about 82% of their funding, they have a $324 million budget. 82% of that is 15% comes from the fare box, and about 67% is sales tax. So that's an exceptionally volatile revenue source for them, and I think there's some other avenues that can provide a stable base for them. So we looked at them using a different source, and then the counties, particularly outside the Wasatch Front, benefited mostly from the B&C gas tax distribution. So that's initially how we saw it going forward. Roger Tu, who is a former tax commissioner, is an expert in this area, and we're going to have some problems if they want us to impose it on a county-wide basis and then distribute it between the cities, the counties, and UTA, because you have constitutional issues with revenue sharing. So at the end of the day, I believe what will happen is the cities will be given the right or the opportunity, authorization, to impose the 2.10. The counties will have the same, and if UTA is, and the proposal goes forward, will be authorized to have either a countywide or district ballot.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense.
Thanks, Ken.
Mayor, thank you very much for your invitation to come. But if I may also just say thank you for your ongoing support. It's been a pleasure to work with Bryce and his staff and to get better acquainted with you. I know you have a very intense issue that's very personal to West Jordan and the West Side communities, and I wish you the best of luck with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks for all your service. I've never been on the Hill on a night or day when Ken wasn't there, so thank you. Yes, if Representative Coleman and Ivory are here, we'll. Please, yes.
So things
This
are
is-
really fluid right now.
I can see that you're still working, and we were working yesterday all afternoon and into the night, I know. Representative Coleman, Kim Coleman, Representative Ken Ivory.
So we're going to try to tag team this, and we both like to talk. So if you know either one of us. Okay, so here's the situation in West Jordan, really in our state that a lot of people don't know. If we were to take a map of Salt Lake County and draw a line down the population center, that's somewhere west of Redwood Road. And that's a surprise to a lot of people, but somewhere west of Redwood Road, we would find that there are 42, 44 auto dealerships on the east side of that line and 2 on the west side of that line in West Valley City. So as we start looking at this, and our good mayor and city council and our economic development team are looking at the potential for economic development on our west side, where we're population epicenter of growth and all these opportunities, why don't we have car dealerships out here? Well, we find out that because the law forbids it. So currently, in order for a dealership to be located somewhere in the state, it cannot be within 15 miles of an existing dealership of the same make. So I'm going to use Toyota as an example, Honda, because it's on this. Honda, if we wanted to build a Honda out here, and it can't be built within 15 miles of an existing Honda. Well, so where does that end up, Ken? Where would that be? It'd be about Tooele from the other one, and from the existing Hondas. And additionally, if you're outside of that 15 miles, which doesn't apply to West Jordan, but if you're outside of that, if you're in the same county, then you have to go before a committee made up of a majority of existing auto dealers and get their permission, so to speak. So this is something that we're working on very hard to change, because the revenue from auto dealerships is very substantial for a city. So we'd like to enter that market. I know as a city you'd like to enter that market, but the law prohibits that. So we'll let Ken talk a little bit.
Yeah, first of all, Representative Ken Ivory, and represent this district that City Hall's in, so it's great to be in here. Thank you for entertaining us. Big issue. You've all been engaged. Bryce, thank you so much for putting this together. It's very helpful. The situation that we've got, we have 110,000 people in West Jordan. We're buying cars. You know, our residents are buying cars, and we're largely educating other people's children and developing other communities. And the difficulty that we have, Tom, I mean, when you try to look out 30 years and you want some certainty on how you're going to develop a Mountain View corridor, which is a tremendous opportunity for our community, we have no certainty to do that. And so with that, the bill that's being proposed now, we have a bill that would change that back to 10 miles from 15 that Representative Coleman mentioned. Well, 10 miles still puts us at the foothills of the Oquirrh Mountains. Tom, I don't know how well you're going to sell an auto dealership in the copper mine, but it's probably going to be a little challenging. So that makes it somewhat difficult. Now, there is an ability from 6 to 10 miles to go back to a board that's made up of auto dealers and see if they will give you permission to compete with the auto dealers. It's a pretty far stretch from the free market that we like to think of ourselves in Utah and allowing competition to win out. So we're looking at some options where we want to take that bill that's been proposed and worked down and see if we can't do some amendments to that, and that's what we really want to, with the council, to kind of get your sense on the existing bill that's on the table, what your sense is of that. We have a number of proposals that we'd like to work on amendments to work on perhaps the radius. I mean, optimally, we take the radius down to 5 miles. That's going to be a really tough political ask at this stage in the game. But alternatively, we've got some opportunities where we look at the presumptions, where when you go in to apply, and the presumption is if you've met the economic standard, you can show economic viability, then the burden of proof would shift to someone that may want to oppose that. And then we would look at perhaps some type of a fairness standard so that if they were to try to deny or contest or did deny an application that facially met the economic viability standard, and the city would weigh in and say, look, if we can't go forward and have certainty on this, here's the economic impacts to our city, tax revenue to our children, the ability to have other businesses co-locate. You see the auto dealers, you've got the Costco's and the big box and the restaurants. It's not just the revenue from the auto dealers, it's that whole range of economic activity that comes with that. And so the city has the opportunity then to make that case, and then someone contesting that would have to overcome the presumption that this is an economically viable thing to do. Those are some of the things we're looking at. Representative Coleman is also looking at ways to deal with the board, to make the board appear, have more of avoiding the appearance of impropriety, so you've got some impartiality on the board. So those are some of the potential amendments that we could look at proposing to the bill. Obviously, to do that, we would want and need and expect your support. We're willing to carry the torch on those things. But we're fast in the throes of the session. Things are moving very fast. And so those are the kinds of things we'd like to get some feedback from the council on the direction you'd like to go in terms of the existing bill, and then some of the opportunities to move forward on amendments.
I would just give my opinion on the existing changed bill. Doesn't meet the criteria of what West Jordan, without some amendments that you have been working on strongly. It just doesn't meet what we need as a city. So continue to work hard. We have some issues on the ballot tonight, not on the ballot, excuse me, on the agenda tonight. We have some issues on the agenda tonight to try and help with some of that. We don't expect you to carry all the water for us. We do appreciate all the hard work, and I've seen your in action. Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. We really appreciate what you were doing. We recognize your efforts. Obviously, my standpoint has always been a hardline stance, which is it's nothing short of a monopoly, and even worse, it's a government-sanctioned monopoly. I cannot believe that kind of legislation ever made it in a Utah legislative session. That being said, I also understand the importance of compromise, and that a compromise is, if it can be a step forward, it's a step forward. It's always better than a step back or even the status quo. And I mean, the 5 miles, obviously, as you mentioned, would be optimum. At least we could get going with something. I'd be willing to entertain the 6 mile something in that ballpark. But I even think more important than the mile boundary, in my perspective, is getting an extra seat on that commission and taking it from the auto dealers who are on there and giving it to someone in the general populace. can put some reason into the commission's decisions. But that's just my take. Those two issues, the mileage obviously is important, but I'd be willing to negotiate if we can get something. Obviously, 10 or 11 isn't going to do anything for us, but somewhere around 5 or 6 will, and also the membership in that commission.
Yeah, actually on the map that Bryce put together, even 6 puts you on the other side of the Mountain View corridor at 90th South. And so 6 miles, you're still, you know, that takes one of our prime areas, and we're still outside of that. One of the things that we did do, and Mayor, we talked about this quite a while ago when we had one of the meetings, summer, fall.
Yes.
I ran a bill to foster discussion, and it's fostered plenty of discussion. I ran a bill, it's House Bill 181, that said, well, if you're not going to allow free trade, if you're going to have this restraint of trade, well then we have 110,000 people that are buying cars in other communities, and we'll just have the sales tax on vehicles follow the purchaser. So that bill's out there. It's actually sitting in the Revenue Tax Commission committee, and it's generated a lot of consternation, and so we can sure use your help in using that as a discussion point, that if we can't get here on basic principles of fundamental fairness, well, if the rules of the game are an unlevel playing field as they exist, well, we'll at least take a small measure to try to level the playing field back. And that's one way that we've tried to get the conversation going, and people are talking. So now it's time to see what we do with that energy, and if we can take that and move that productively forward into something else.
Councilmember Haga has a question.
I'm just going to echo, thank you for your service up there. We're hearing it, and what we're going to do, I hope we all will be behind you tonight. So.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I mean, I'm sure that Representative Coleman wouldn't want to speak for herself about herself. I'll just tell you, she's been tirelessly, even before she was elected, in the middle of this. She spent the weekend reading the whole auto dealer franchise code and going through.
I don't recommend it. I do recommend it. I don't recommend it.
So, you know, you've got a new representative that's really carrying a lot of water, so that's a good thing.
I agree with that wholly, and for a freshman to do the work that you've done has been wonderful. Could you tell me again on, you told me yesterday when we were up on the Hill, how many thou shalt nots are there in the current law?
There are 600 lines of thou shalt nots in one single section directed at the manufacturer. So the dealerships, the dealer franchises are very, very protected against the manufacturers. So that's just one section. So these are another set of protections for the existing dealerships, and negotiations are very fluid right now. Talking is still going on. We just had to take a call from parties, and so it's we're hoping to get to a good place on this.
Thanks for your work. We have a couple more comments, and I know you had some. I know you're on the phone and trying to negotiate.
Yeah, we're still working on them. If you had to step out, so
we saw that.
Trying to work through it as we speak. So.
Councilmember Hanson.
Yes, I want to thank you both for all the work you've done. I did reply to Ms. Coleman on when she sent out her email last night. I was late doing it, but I do have one question that I don't understand at all. We have this 15-mile radius right now, but you go to the auto mall, there's 2 or 3 Honda dealers.
Okay, so
That's
this is
not 15 miles.
This is of the same make, so you won't find two Hondas in the same city or within that 15-mile radius of each other. And actually, these current protections were put in place 20, 25 years ago. So some of the auto malls kind of developed early pre-existed this law in its current form. So there's actually about 7 miles from the Murray Auto Mall to the Sandy, about 6.5 to West Valley from Murray. So kind of everybody got in and then shut everybody else out. So
I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Stoker.
First of all, thank you very much for all you're doing. I love 181.
Most people outside of West Jordan and affected communities really, really don't. But,
it's been mentioned that this law went into play over 20 years ago. A lot of the auto malls were established before a lot of the population growth came about on the west side. Is there any way of shifting it from a mile buffer to making it more representative of the population?
Well, we've been discussing that for sure. So population density is being an indicator for a new site location. We're hoping that changing the process of the board will be able to consider some of those things, some of those additional factors that just make sense, I think, to most people. So, but yeah, definitely there are some states that do that very thing.
Yeah, Councilmember Stoker, if you think about it, we're in such a unique situation. So if you've got a 10 or a 15-mile buffer in Phoenix or in LA or in Dallas, well, you're not bounded in by mountains. We have a 5-mile buffer, and you end up against the mountains and against the lake in a hurry. So a 5-mile buffer would probably be workable, but 6 or 7, you're up against the mountains because we've just got this narrow mountain valley. And so even where they have those typical buffers, and in many communities they have them, they've got 5 and 7. 10 is kind of on the high side. 15 is just outrageous what we've got now.
By the way, 15 is the largest distance in the country. So if you're not aware, every state has some form of this law, but Utah's is some of the most extreme. And the 15-mile radius, the next lower radius is 10. So we have the highest radius.
And kind of to your point, Councilman, it's you could look at things like doing the limits based on a city of a certain size, but at this stage in the legislative session, that'd be a really heavy lift. It would be a heavy lift any time, but at this stage of the game. So really what we're working with is a bill that's moved forward. We look at ways, and kind of back to what you were saying, Councilmember Nichols, how do we shape that to get a little more out of it that moves more in the fairness direction, and then we kind of plant the flag and work forward for next year.
I mean, if you look at, just as a quick follow-up, if you look at the map and a 50-mile buffer, you can basically put one make at the north end of the valley and one make at the south end of the valley. I think we've got over 1 million people in the valley. I mean, it's ridiculous that 1 million people, you only have 2 dealerships of the same make in the valley. So.
Well, and it comes down to competition and what we know competition does to a marketplace. It fosters innovation and keeps prices down, and the citizens of Utah do not have that benefit right now of having a free market in the auto industry.
Councilmember Shopper.
Well, I too want to echo thank you for what you've done, and I'm baffled. I have a degree in economics and love the study of economics, and I look at what's going on, and not only does it infuriate me that this would happen. You've got the cartel involved here, but that was fun. Sorry, but beyond that is you are creating a market failure. And a market failure created by government is a government failure, and that's a big. I can't understand why that message just hasn't caught fire. I look at the makeup of our legislature, I'm disappointed, quite frankly. And I know he's got an uphill battle, but I would say I'm more in line with the hardliners here. That if we don't get this significantly drawn back, the market failure continues. The market failure is it's an inefficient allocation of resources. If you go throughout our city, the folks in our city have to go out of their way to wherever, Salt Lake and Murray or Sandy. Maybe that's out of their way, maybe it's not. It's not the most efficient way to run the market here. That's where the failure is. That's the failure in government. So keep fighting the battle.
When you think about that, the way we educate our children is based on largely the economic development in the community. I mean, a certain amount of those resources stay, and the replacement tax, or the replacement distribution, doesn't come anywhere near to addressing the opportunity that you have if you've got a dealership and restaurants and theaters and all the things that congregate around that. That's what builds your tax base for education, builds your tax base for local roads, and we're simply sitting down kind of begging for scraps and waiting for what comes in a quasi-distribution from sales tax generated in other places rather than determining our own destiny when we've got probably the best developable sites in the valley right now, and there's no certainty to plan going forward on that. So yeah, it's a really big issue. But to your point, I'm not discouraged by this at all. I mean, this is what politics is. It's not a spectator sport, and so it's time to get in the game, right? If we want to make a change, the beauty of our system is, a couple of people, but more particularly when we leverage our voice through our city council and others, That's the system. So it's time to get in the game. If we don't like it, we need your help. We need your support. We're willing to be the tip of the spear and carry the water. But politics is about pressure and weight and leverage. And so to the extent that we're going to really move forward and have an impact, we need you to work with your colleagues in other cities that are affected the same way we are. Start working through other organizations that we can build leverage, and then start helping us magnify our voice up on the hill. But this is kind of the interesting aspect of politics. When things like this come about, it's time to mobilize and get in the game. So we need your help. We need your guidance on where you'd like us to go with this.
So I guess the last thing I was going to say is I would take a hardline stance on that and say no unless we get what we want. But I know that doesn't always work that way, right? So from your opinion, do we win by losing in this situation by compromising, or do we lose by losing? And what I mean is, can they take this now? Can the auto lobby and their friends take this and say, hey, no, we came up in future years. We've got to compromise. We don't need to do anything else. Or are we taking a step forward through a compromise at this point? What are you saying?
So that's our concern strategically, is that if we get a big fix on a problem, it's hard to come back and make the case that we need another big fix. So we really feel that we need to get it pretty good. Not if we can't get perfect, can we get it good this time? And so we're hopeful that some of the things that we're proposing will gain traction and we can get these things done. One of the strategies we're talking about is making sure that people understand that this is not a one and done fix, that we might need to just do these portions this year, but this thing has been in place for 25 years. It's going to take time to unravel it a little bit or roll it back a little bit, and that might take us a couple of sessions. So I think if we're putting that out to them, they understand we inoculate against sort of the fatigue of this bill coming back next year or this law coming back. That's our hope. If in the current form we feel the bill is not good and maybe worse in some aspects than we have now. So that's part of our consideration on what we're doing.
Yeah, and part of is it going to be better, is it going to be worse? Perception is reality in a lot of ways. So the auto dealers will likely come in and say, hey, look, we moved to 10 miles. And we moved from 15 down to 10, and that's whoever the math majors are, that's a 50% move, and we came down, or 33% move, whatever it is, right? But that still puts us in the copper mine as to where we can put a dealership. So, yeah, you move from 15 to 10. You move from off the charts, the worst radius on the planet, to still the worst radius on the planet, and we can put a dealership in the copper mine unless we come in and. But if we can't match the perception, they'll say, hey, we moved, and they'll put out some statistics to say, hey, it was 100% improvement from where we were. It's going to depend on the perception and the energy that we can develop, and that really is a call that we need your guidance on. I think whatever we do, we shape this in a way that says this isn't really over. We can plant this flag, but we're still going to need to talk about this because, and if you think about it from a state perspective, think of the millions we put into the Mountain View corridor. Think of the angst that we had on the prison to say, wait, don't put the prison there. We've got some of the best developable land to bring economic activity to the whole state, and that carried the day with the Prison Relocation Committee. Well, now we've got the same situation. You've got that, and your hands are tied as to how you can do the long-term planning on that land, and yet that's something that the state prepared and put millions and millions of dollars into, and we can't do any economic planning. So that kind of thing, but we've got to tell that story. We've got to tell that story in a big way and get in front of a lot of people and get some energy going on that. And I think once we move that direction and say, look, this is okay if we can maybe move forward on some amendments to get it good for now. I understand, if there's something going, you've got some projects going, we certainly don't want to do things that would jeopardize anything in the works. But, if you get one dealership in, that doesn't give you the critical mass that drives people like they would to an auto mall when you can shop 4, 5, 6 places. And if you get a one and done, you may almost be more harm than good.
you have a comment? Councilmember McConaughey, quickly and.
Thank you, Mayor. In the
and
interest
get
of
back to you.
time, in the interest of time, I'll save the majority of my comments for business item I. But I just wanted to add my voice to the others that I wholeheartedly support and appreciate the work that you're doing to try and make some changes. This is a substantial change that, if accomplished, will significantly benefit the residents. Right now, we're paying that sales tax when we buy those cars anyway, and it's going to other communities, which means those residents, in effect, have to pay additional additional tax, whether through property tax or accept a lower level of service here in West Jordan. And it's simply not acceptable to punish, to allow 110,000 people to be punished so that the auto dealerships can maintain their cartel. So I again wholeheartedly support the efforts that are going forward. I echo the comments specifically that the mayor and council member Nichols made earlier today. And then I'll save the additional comments for.
And just to be clear on that, there is a redistribution formula where some of that tax revenue is redistributed back, but we don't get to control our own destiny. And that, I think, is the biggest thing.
Thanks so much for all the work you've done. Appreciate the invitation to come out.
Mayor,
Right.
I'd just like to confirm, and you did a great job, Representative Ivory, of leading in. I had the opportunity to go work with our representatives this morning as they were preparing amendments and working with state staff. When do you anticipate that language to be ready? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, we're hoping by Friday.
Okay.
But depending on which direction we go, some of those may require a substitute bill.
Okay.
We want to get with the bill sponsor and make sure that we're working with the bill sponsor and move some of that. So we've still got some groundwork to do there.
So what I wanted to lead into is that once you have that ready, we'll get copies of those to our council members. That way they can start contacting the legislators that you may know, obviously our local ones, and help put the voice behind what Representative Coleman and Ivory have been doing. That's where you can really have the biggest effect. And then I want to thank our staff. This information has been, a lot of it being put together, but they literally compiled this in about 4 hours this afternoon, printed it and bound it. And we will make more copies of this. It'll be going on the website. If you need more copies, let us know. It'll be electronically available. But we hope that becomes a tool that you can use on the Hill.
Yeah, great job. And just to ride on that a little bit, the biggest thing we can do is build the leverage. If you've got other cities similarly affected, and we need to pull a meeting together and get their representatives in and deal with that, I think that would be the biggest way to really start driving some of this through. You carry a tremendous amount of weight on the Hill, and so if we get you and your colleagues and others together, that carries a lot of leverage. That helps us, gives us a bigger voice in moving this forward.
I can promise you we're going to unleash the fury tonight. So
Great.
Thank you.
Great. Mayor, council members, thank you very much for taking time.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Yes.
No, so thank you. I had passed out maps from the community council's meeting. They're all transportation notes. And I have been asked also, as I repeated before, that item D on the business items be tabled until our next meeting. I've been asked by some upper staff that be done. I don't know if the council is in agreement with that. But I have been requested that be done.
Is that a motion?
Pardon me?
Was that a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to table that until, for 2 weeks. That gives the commission, this is let's see, isn't it? D, yeah. Discussion and possible action regarding resolution 15-31 approving the public safety 8-step compensation program. They would like the opportunity to have the commission meet with some of these upper level department heads about this, and then maybe come to some different conclusion. If not, it would be the same thing. But they have asked me to relay that to you, so I've made that a motion.
We have a motion to table item 8D.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hanson and a second by Councilmember Southwood. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm opposed to this motion because, I think at least I've done some due diligence. I've reached out to our officers and our fire department. In strategic plan, we extensively talked about this. It's in the minutes that we're going to approve tonight. So I'm going to oppose this just because I think we're on good tracks. Our chief and his committee, the senior staff, I think have prepared, at least from my perception, a good plan. So I'm going to oppose this motion.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. Just, I don't know if I'm going to oppose it or not. It's more a question. It's probably more that I direct my question to the chiefs. Based on the staff report today, do you feel prepared to discuss it? Or perhaps we could have an initial discussion before we do another meeting, but at the same time, I know we have a lot here who are interested in this topic tonight.
Yes, we are prepared to discuss it. We're not the ones that asked for it. I'm not sure what commission that Councilmember Hanson is talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Compensation committee?
Yes, compensation committee. That's not who reached out to me.
Oh.
It was some higher administrators, not department heads, but that reached out to me and asked if I could have this delayed for 2 weeks to give them the opportunity to meet with the commission and then come back with probably the same thing if no changes are made. But that was just a request made to me.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Absent any formal request to the entire council, I would prefer that we move forward with this tonight. So I would speak against the motion.
I would as well. We've, after 5 years of nearly nothing, we have addressed our public employees in an effort to try and bring us up to the standard, and we have an emergency, I believe, right now, and so I would like to hear it tonight. So for that reason, I would speak against this motion at this time. Seeing no other, let's vote.
Councilmember Stoker?
No.
Councilmember Southworth?
No.
Mayor Rawl?
No.
Councilmember Nichols?
No.
Councilmember Hanson?
Yes.
Councilmember Haga?
No.
Councilmember McConaughey?
No.
Vote fails 1 to 6.
Yes, I will be.
We excuse you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you did give us plenty of notice on this, so thank you. Okay, moving on to communications. Bryce.
Thank you, Mayor. Julie Brown shared a novel idea with our upcoming Comcast Care Days, and just thought I'd float this out to you and see if you're interested. You know, last year during our Comcast Cares I Love West Jordan Days, $17,000 was donated from Comcast to the city, which went towards the Sierra Newbold Park. We had 1,100 volunteers during that event. We know that our Arts Council is very interested in working towards money and things to help bring about a facility. So the idea was just floated of challenging our Arts Council in the city of West Jordan to see if they could reach the desired goal of getting 2,000 citizens in the city to come. That was a goal that was given to us by Comcast. And would the council be interested in committing a portion or all of the funds that come from Comcast towards the Arts Council towards an arts facility as a reward for that goal of 2,000? Again, it's just an idea. We're not asking for a commitment right now, but unless you have some other ideas where you'd like those funds to go. But it was just an idea that was floated out there. So if you are interested in having that on a future meeting where you make that commitment like we did last year, please let me know. I also would like to publicly thank you as our council, our staff members who have been working tirelessly during this legislative session to help sponsor or promote bills and speak on behalf of our public. We have been carrying those messages to the LPC committee and up on the Hill. The mayor's been up there. And again, I mentioned the booklet that was prepared just a matter of a few hours. Jeremy, Bob, Kim, So many of our staff are responding so quickly and putting other things aside. We appreciate all those efforts, and I just want to publicly thank them. That's all that I have tonight.
Did you have a comment, Councilman McConaughey?
I did, thank you, Mayor. Both myself and I'm sure I can speak for Councilmember Stoker as well, since we're both liaisons with the Arts Council. We'd be happy to take that to them and talk with them about the idea, especially since one of the items on here, although it's not the Arts Council, it's the Youth Theater, which is still closely related. We do have the budget amendment request from them, so knowing funding is an issue, I think we would, all three of us, be happy to take this back and discuss with them. The meeting is the first Thursday of the month, so the subsequent council meeting, we should have an update for you.
Okay, thank you. Jeff? You good, okay? Tom Burdette?
Mayor and Council, one of the items on the consent calendar is to approve changes to the Jordan Valley Station TOD CDA number 1, and this change just establishes a new first tax increment year. Doesn't change the percentage of flow-through tax increment. It doesn't change the cap of the dollar value or the duration of the district. It's just a change from to the start date. Similar resolutions have been approved by the Jordan School District, by the Central Utah Water Conservancy District, by the Mosquito Abatement District of Salt Lake County, and as lately this afternoon, the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District. That's just a little bit of information that goes along with that item. I also have a handout for the City Council that is a summary sheet of the zoning districts within the city, has the number of acres in each zoning district, the average density, and the comparable designation in the future land use plan. I know these have been in the dais before, and I've looked around, and I think we've got some rather old ones that have been used in the past, so I thought I'd update it to 2015. I'll just pass those around. That's it, thanks.
We appreciate that. Thank you for updating those. Ryan?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Wendell?
Yes, I just wanted to bring to your attention that we've talked about this before several times, but the time is now here to close 5600 West between 6200 South and 70th South. The message boards have been out there for a little while notifying people. We've had other contacts with the residents. The idea is that we close it now and have it closed until July, fully closed, and that will save us a lot of time if we decided to leave it partially open. It would actually extend over a 2-year period. So we ask for your indulgence and patience as we move through this project, but it will start next Wednesday, the 15th.
Thank you. Chief McElreath?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've already said enough. I just want to again thank you for the time in the meeting tonight to recognize our firefighters and firefighter Kessler. As far as updates, I want to report to you that we've met on the police and fire station construction project. That's moving along. We've set April 30th to do the hose and cuff cutting ceremony, and we'll send out invitations for that as it gets closer. But if you want to do a save the date, that'll be April the 30th at 11 o'clock. Lastly, if I could just make one more comment. I know that Zach Kessler has left. Tell you what kind of an employee he is. He came back after 15 months, came back to work early, was actually still on leave from the military, and only had one question, and that was, could he have Christmas off this year? That was the only thing. Zach's a great employee to have here, and he learned a tremendous amount over there. Injuries and patients he treated, we hope to never see in our community, but he brought those skills back with him. And lastly, I just want to recognize his wife, who wasn't able to make it here. She's a small business owner. During that 15 months, she ran the business, and they also built a new home while he was gone. He got to see it being built over FaceTime. So thank you again for the time.
Thanks. Chief Diamond?
Thank you. And unlike Chief McElreath, he did all his talking beforehand. I will probably do a lot of talking in a few minutes. But at any rate, we did start 2 new recruits that started the academy this past week. They will graduate in April with another recruit that they joined in the academy. They were already SFO certified at the first part of the academy. They're doing the rest of the academy. So in April, we should have 3 more recruits on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Stoker.
Thank you, Mayor. I had an unusual experience this last week. I have a contact in my professional life that recycles shipping containers and turns them into restaurants and stuff like that. And I know that we've talked in the past about some need for alternative storage areas. I think we're leasing several storage units privately from several different entities for our Arts Council groups and for some other ideas. I think the number's been thrown around that it's $32,000 a year in leased storage space. So I kind of tossed around this idea with this guy, and he put me in contact with one of his suppliers, and just kind of asked him a little bit about the shipping containers. And I guess they're airtight, they're watertight, and I guess they come in a variety of sizes. But a 40-foot shipping container, which is equivalent of the size of a very large storage unit, with a cargo door on one end, freshly painted and delivered to West Jordan, would cost $4,000. I was really surprised at how cheap those are. And so if there's no objection, I'd like to move forward, maybe with an item on a future agenda, to look further into the shipping containers as an alternative to leasing storage space. I think it would pay itself off extremely quickly. $4,000 for a 40-foot shipping container, freshly painted and delivered to West Jordan, I think is an amazing deal to solve some of our storage needs.
Okay, we can agendize that for a future meeting. Councilmember, did you have a comment?
Just a side comment. I actually happen to have the Arts Council budget right in front of me right now. And this year they've allocated $11,916, so just shy of $12,000 per year for storage. So that would be about a third of their storage budget for one.
Councilmember Southwood.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I wanted to provide a report on the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District. Every year about this time you start getting in this mode is, do we have enough snow up in the mountains? Particularly as it's been 70 degrees outside. But I am happy to report I have a good and a bad. I'll give the good first. The good news is the reservoirs have sufficient to go another year. So everyone is happy with that. Assuming that we maintain our current rates of water consumption and we don't create too much demand on the system. The bad news to that is specifically the city of West Jordan, we're up 7% in the first 6 months of our water use. So just a reminder to the public to conserve water and just watch your water use. It would be crazy to see someone watering their lawn this time of year, but with the warm temperatures, it wouldn't surprise me. But as we go through the year, the good news is that we do have adequate for the year, but let's just keep the mind of conservation. It's really important that we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hagan.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick, I'm over the youth committee, and I've struggled with what that committee really does. And I was fortunate that I went up to uptown to the Hill with the league, and I witnessed other cities and how their youth councils work. And so, I know the mayor's been approached by some of the principals. I just want to see if maybe the council will support me. We have a small budget. It doesn't require a lot of money. It was utilized for this year through something else, but I'd like to continue that and kind of get the youth council going with our kids. Because, real quick, the youth councils of all the cities in Salt Lake County debated Senator Stevenson's bill, and they defeated him. So, as far as, Mayor Walker told the story, and I think we have that caliber
and children here in our schools. So if you'd support me in reinstating that money, I appreciate it.
Let's put them up against the auto dealerships.
Yeah, that's right. Councilmember McConaughey.
Nothing tonight, thank you, Mayor.
And I have nothing tonight, so we will move now to consent items. Excuse me. Yes, I guess, but open citizens' comments. We got a long list. I was trying to get ahead of myself, sorry. They didn't like me very much tonight. We have quite a number that have signed up to speak tonight. Sherry Sorensen will be the first. And again, remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak.
It's a bit intimidating to be on this end of things. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Probably simplifying something that's more of a complex issue. Tonight I want to speak on whether or not the council should place changing the form of government on the West Jordan ballot. In the council packet on this issue, it suggested that the political issue committee that's the driving force behind this initiative is giving the council, for various and perhaps logical reasons, a chance to put this issue on the ballot themselves. The argument seems sound. However, I can't help but view this as one interest group's attempt, in essence, to hold the city council hostage, to force their hand, so to speak, and to get them to do what they wanted in the first place, and that's to put the issue on the ballot. I understand that this puts the council in a difficult position. I trust you to do what you are elected to do and make a decision that is best for the city as a whole. However, there are many things to consider, and I'll try to touch on a few. First, tonight, it could likely be argued that the voice of the residents can't be heard unless this issue is placed on the ballot, but I disagree. There's probably several items that could be placed on the ballot before the voters. The question is, are they necessary? I urge you to ask yourselves, is such a change in government truly in the residents' best interests? It's easy to take a side and say one way or another what form of government is better or worse than the other. There's plenty of data for each side. What I'm asking you to consider is there empirical evidence that proves that West Jordan is somehow lacking, missing out on opportunities, or harmed under its current form of government? More importantly, is there data that proves that the quality of life in the city of West Jordan will be increased by this change? Second, currently we have a mayor who is well versed in business and management. It's clear that he loves the city, but we have no guarantee that this will always be the case in the city of West Jordan. One report points out that under the so-called strong mayor form of government, political power is concentrated in the mayor, which means that other members of the council relinquish at least some of their policy-making power and influence. This loss of decision-making power could potentially have a chilling effect on the residents' ability to for their voices to be heard. Third, it's important to note that the council manager form of government has a proven track record not only in West Jordan, but in the United States. It's been around for more than 100 years, and not long ago was considered the fastest growing form of municipal government in the nation. Finally, history has proven that the needs and interests of the people are best represented when there's a balance of power. Under the council manager government, qualifications and performance, and not the skillful navigation of the political election process, are the criteria used to select a professional manager. A report by the leaders at the core of Better Communication states communities need thoughtful, dedicated council members who work with the mayor to establish appropriate policy and competent professional managers to carry out those policies. None of these three are mutually exclusive. They can and do work together today in many of the country's successful council manager communities. Among those are some of the larger cities in the country. We have Phoenix, Arizona, Dallas, Texas, and San Jose, California. Given the evidence that council manager systems not only work, but have often proven to be in the best interest of residents, I urge you to truly ask yourselves, is this move necessary? Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Yeah. Michael Lyon.
Mayor and council members, appreciate this opportunity. My name is Michael Lyon. I've been a 30-year resident here in the city, and I love it. And why I'm here is a couple reasons. But I want to be transparent so you don't think I'm here representing Salt Lake County. But I am an employee of Salt Lake County, work for fleet management. And part of what I'm addressing is fleet management issues. I am concerned as a taxpayer of us taking a bond that is almost paid off and using it to build another building, another government building. There's other agencies, other locations that we can do the same work in. Mayor McAdams from the county is encouraging all of the cities and municipalities in the county to work together to try to save money. I see opportunities for this city to join up with the county and use some of the new facilities that the county has recently purchased and built for $10 million. And we have the state-of-the-art heavy-duty truck shop. We're just finishing a new light shop for the small vehicles. We definitely have stuff there, and I'm not here pushing it. I just want you to look at it. I want you to do a true cost analysis and say, yes, it's better for us to build our own than use Salt Lake County, use Larry Miller, use whoever, so that we know as taxpayers that this $8 million is really needed and our taxes stay up or hopefully they go down. Okay, two other things, and I think I've killed that one. If you have questions, call me and talk to me. My director, Greg Newsman, would love to share with you what our vision is and how we can help West Jordan City. If you do go ahead with this, as I looked at your map that we'll be talking about a little later, I see there is nothing in there for fueling. No place for fueling in your new location. I am the one that pays your fuel bills. I'm the one that sends the fuel bills to you every quarter to get paid for the county. If you guys would increase your storage for fuel up to 10,000 gallon tanks instead of 5,000 gallon tanks, you could save up to 5 to 6 cents a gallon, because the way that they ship fuel at the best cost is 6,000 gallons. Okay, that's just from my business. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the fleet board. I noticed today as I was reading through the fleet board, you have no citizens on the fleet board. It's all members of the city. I would recommend and encourage you to push to include at least one citizen or two who could serve on this committee to add some citizen viewpoint. Thank you so much for your time. And again, if you want to talk to me, I think I've all met you, so please talk to me.
Thank you. Jody Uri?
I want you to know the last time I was here, I spoke about a few issues within my neighborhood. I find it interesting that you pulled from all of this the speed bump issue. Speed bumps are the smallest of the issues. The crime rate and the lack of officers is a much bigger issue. Put the officers back at the church and the 7-Eleven. There may be no need for speed bumps. I sit in the morning at 4:30 a.m. putting on my makeup, listening to the news. It seems every day or every other day something else has happened in West Jordan. So it is possible with the officer presence there may not be as much of a need for speed bumps, and there might not be as much crime. I'm disappointed that it does not seem that these issues are being taken seriously. I have a petition signed by many residents and neighbors who would also like to see these issues addressed. I did only have a short time to come up with the idea and execute it. With more time, I'd get a lot more signatures. I have worked hard for what I have, and I'm having a growing concern with the crime increase in the area. I could move, but I've chosen to stay and attempt to take my neighborhood back. I raised my son in the home I'm in, and I was a single mom. I also have incredible neighbors who watch out for each other. I'm very concerned about some thug coming and trying to take what we have all worked hard for. I found it entertaining that one of the issues brought up the last time was where the West Jordan Journal was landing in people's yard. I know no matter where it landed in my yard, I just have confetti to clean up later. My dogs would eat it. Truly, I don't even have time to read it. I'm too busy policing my own street, so it winds up in the circular file. We have a much bigger fish to fry than where the journal lands in people's yards. I'm working to make a career change. I'm considering a custom embroidery business from my home. I'm getting very positive response. If this takes off well, I may need to move it to a location other than my home. I would like it to be close to home, however. If the crime rate does not go down and officer count go up, I will choose another city. I would like to think you would want business to come here and stay. It makes for good tax revenues. I would love it to be in the shopping complex at the end of my street, but there have been several armed robberies recently in that location. We need more officers with better pay rates so they will stay, and we can count on having the skills, knowledge, and instinct that is needed. We need them to be able to be more proactive rather than reactive. I am sure you think I brought this guy beside me for intimidation factor. You could not be more wrong. Anyone that knows me will tell you I don't need the Rottweilers or the husband for backup. He is here to support what I am doing. I am quite the little spitfire and have a lot of spunk. This runs in the family. It's a genetic enhancement. That is why I am doing what I am doing with this situation. If I'm not happy with the results, you will continue to see a lot more of me. You may also start seeing others as I make them aware of what is happening in our city. I'm here to remind you, these positions you hold are elected positions. You are voted in with the hope that you would do what's right for the residents and the officers of this city. I would like to know if your inability to see the issues and need is indifference, ignorance, or just plain arrogance. So please, I hope you vote on the budget accordingly so we can accomplish what's needed for the safety of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Wyatt?
Mayor Rolfs, City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tracy Wyant. I reside at 4921 Mountain Hill Drive. In addition to being a 10-year West Jordan City resident, I'm an 18-year police officer that just turned off a mic, apparently. 18-year police officer and a current police chief in a neighboring community. I stand before you this evening asking for your support for the proposals set forth to you by both Chiefs McElreath and Diamond. Inasmuch as I and many police administrators in this valley have enjoyed cherry-picking your police department through our lateral hiring processes, typically for significant pay increases for those men and women. As a resident, this same trend concerns me. I think it goes without saying that currently we have significant challenges facing law enforcement, I'd say public safety in general. I would identify those as the following. One, you have an upswing in the economy, generally speaking. When that occurs, these types of professions, these types of careers are not quite as attractive to many. Two, legislative changes to retirement systems that went into effect July of 2011, whereby new recruits are required to work sometimes 15 years longer to get the same dividend, if you will, or retirement package as previous, makes this career less appealing. Certainly we've seen all too often the negativity, scrutiny, a lot of times gross inaccuracies placed towards law enforcement, the civil litigation, the criminal litigation that officers are facing, and I would say to the point that it exceeds what we've seen for decades. That also is a factor in making this career not quite as appealing as it used to be. Last but not least, you have generational challenges, specifically for your new recruits, whereby you may have individuals who look at work of service as not so appealing. You marry those variables together, and it creates a situation. In closing, I would ask this. I would ask that you look at your men and women in blue on both sides of the aisle, fire and police, and you have a phenomenal police department, phenomenal fire department. But also consider this, the decisions you make this year will have significant impact on public safety in this city, both from the imminency and long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexandra Efremo.
Mayor and council, I'm counting my blessings that I'm here. So let's take a moment to meditate. Ladies and gentlemen, may we pause for a moment to reflect upon our common goals. Before we begin the business of this meeting, we are privileged to gather here together in a system that gives us freedom to participate in our own governance. whether from within or through the strength provided by our personal faith, we seek wisdom, understanding, fairness, and resolve in the fulfillment of our duties and in the pursuance of our goals. May our differences be respected, and our common aspiration of promoting the public good be our guide in carrying out the tasks we are about to undertake. Thank you. I was going to talk about something else, but my time is getting short. I feel the city of West Jordan must compete with other communities in Salt Lake County as far as the police are concerned. We have to we spend $100,000 a year in order to educate our one single policeman. We've got to help financially for these policemen, once they're educated, once they're already in the force, that they stay in West Jordan. I love West Jordan. Who would ever want to move to Salt Lake City? You know, that's a big metropolis. I mean, it's not fair. Who'd want to go to West Valley City? I mean, I'm not sure about the training of their police officers, but that'll be another at West Valley City. But anyway, I do, and I know it's a bubble. I don't know if any of you, I've sent so many editorials to the paper. I don't know if you saw my editorial. Finally made it Salt Lake Tribune. And that is to legalize all drugs. Please tell me the burglaries that we are having that's increasing. Why do you think people burglarize? It's for money. It's for drugs. If drugs were if they were all perfectly legal, if it was 5 cents a pound for cocaine, that would be awesome. And the thing is, we need to spend money to educate people not to do drugs, just like don't smoke cigarettes. Don't get yourself in an alcoholic situation. But I do believe that that is the reason. We need more policemen in West Jordan. And the lady that was saying about the burglaries, that's why we have so many burglaries. But I have another issue next time. Till we meet again, God loves you.
Thank you. Clint Hutchins?
Mayor and Council, thank you for letting all of us speak for just a minute. My name is Clint Hutchins. I live at 6232 West Fish Lake Drive. I'm a resident of the city, and I'm also a 9-year employee of the city. You know, as we've gone through this past year, our employees have been grateful for the salary adjustment you've given us. I really don't think there's an employee in the city who's not thankful for our jobs and the benefits the city provides the employees and our families. I know the compensation committee has been working diligently this past year, working out a compensation plan which would both provide a more competitive and fair salary for the employees, while at the same time is financially sustainable. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not recall the compensation committee discussing an 8-step plan for the public safety division of the city. I'm not discounting that the public safety people do not deserve an 8-step plan, but I think we need to look at all the departments for such a proposal. All departments in the city have lost employees due to retirement, finding other jobs for whatever reasons, but I don't believe that this is exclusive to just the public sector or the public safety sector. Thank you. It takes all the departments in the city to make this run as an effective and a efficient city, not just 1 or 2 divisions. So before decisions are made this evening, I hope we will have accurate facts before us, and this proposal has gone through the compensation committee and is made transparent to everyone involved. I believe that if this proposal goes forward as we're talking about tonight, that it's going to send a very loud and clear message to all of the employees in the city that the public safety sector is valued much more than the rest of the employees in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Braxton Brains.
Thank you so much for letting me have this opportunity to speak to you. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a current student at Harriman High. I was previously a resident of West Jordan for 12 years. I've come before you today to ask you to allow teens 16 years and older to be able to volunteer at the West Jordan Animal Shelter. Volunteers can bring so much to the shelter, from cleaning cages to kennels, to provide that, to help train and socialize animals for them to become more adoptable. They can provide that human and animal connection that the animals desperately need that will help them get more adopted. I know liability is a big issue, though, with having minors be able to volunteer at the animal shelter. But just like the Red Cross and many other and Best Friends Animal Society, a simple waiver or parental waiver could protect the city and West Jordan Animal Shelter. Over 2.7 million animals are euthanized every year here in the United States. I know we can't save them all, and I wish with all my heart I could, and I know every other animal lover wishes they could too. But in the words of Mother Teresa, we know only too well that what we are doing is nothing more than a drop in the ocean, but if the drop were not there, the ocean would be missing something. I know that allowing teens to volunteer at the shelter won't make a drastic increase to that 2.7 million that never make it out of the shelters, but it will help increase public, but it'll help at least help us as a community to help our animals that are in our boundaries as best as we can. And teens in this city, we want to help. We want to help the animals. Saving one dog or cat will not change the world, but surely for that one dog or cat, the world will change forever. And I know allowing teens to volunteer at the animal shelter, if we can at least save one life, I know it will make a difference, because it's one less life to die, and it's one more life to live. And at the end of the day, isn't that what we all want? To want a little more happiness in the world, to let one more life live. Please consider allowing teens to be able to volunteer at the West Jordan Animal Shelter. I believe it's time for us to allow us as teens to be able to volunteer there. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Bart Barker.
Mayor and council members, thank you for your service. I know the sacrifices it involves. I served for 10 years as a locally elected official here in Salt Lake County, and I've been involved in local government since 1978. I know the sacrifices that it requires of elected officials and the loss of privacy that it entails, and I encourage you to support the pay increase that's been proposed by the mayor for city council members. It's necessary and it's appropriate, and it's been many years since it happened. Second item I want to address is the change in the form of government. Over the many years I've worked with local governments, I've dealt with and worked within both forms of city government, the council manager form we currently have and the council mayor form or strong mayor form that's being considered. And I have found the council mayor form with the mayor serving as executive and the council serving as a legislature is more effective and more appropriate. It may seem more expensive initially, but over time it can be cheaper because the mayor sets policy or executes policy that the council sets. The mayor proposes a budget and the mayor is responsible to the taxpayers. Over time, that responsiveness and that reticence to raise taxes on the part of an elected official can save the city money over the long term. It also provides a more effective system because of the responsiveness. Professionals are still hired. A city administrator is normally hired to assist the mayor in the executive responsibilities. The council retains all of its policy-making authority and responsibility, setting policy for the city, and a full-time elected official carries out that policy, proposes budgets, enforces ordinances, and appoints professional staff. I encourage you to consider placing that on the ballot and allow the voters to consider this superior option. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you have my phone number.
Thank you. Jalen Thomas.
Jalen Thomas, 1348 West Barton Hollow Drive. A lot of you have heard about the incident that happened in front of my house on December 26th. Some of you haven't. My 10-year-old neighbor called at 10:35 p.m. and asked me to call 911 since there was a couple that was yelling and walking towards her home. But they went back to the street in front of both of our houses. I called 911 at 10:37 p.m. and called the non-emergency number at 11:07 p.m. to let them know that the couple had left, with one call to the non-emergency number in between where they let me know that the officers will be out in a while. I don't know what the heck that means. So that was 33 minutes. This reflects negatively on our police department personnel and not so much for the city officials. Our family understands the prioritizing of calls because of our background in public safety. However, an average citizen does not. Thank God that this did not escalate past the verbal fighting, and we did not have to defend this person. As a victim advocate, I prefer to help the victim after the police have arrived, not before with a baseball bat. This is not only a safety issue for the citizens, but for our police officers and public safety personnel. You need to pass this effective immediately, not July 1 of 2015, and with the increases to the maximum benefit for our public safety personnel. Unfortunately, my husband we have a lot of friends in outside local law enforcement, and we're not viewed in the highest of regards because of our compensation plan, because of our wages. We're not competitive. This really needs to be fixed, because this breaks my heart, because I work with some awesome people. I know a lot of incredible officers and firefighters, and I hate going out on calls. I know we have a lot of officers, but I like seeing that friendly face. I don't want to, it's like having your kid in daycare and saying, oh, you're the new daycare babysitter. This is not acceptable to our city. And, you know, with Mrs. Yuri, God help us that we're not both in the same neighborhood, because the criminals would be calling the cops for help.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak or any citizens' comments? Now would be the time. Please.
My name is Mike Fullwood. I'm the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge Number 8 here in West Jordan. Many of you know me. We've had conversations for some of you for years. We've been talking. Forgive me, I'm going to have a very candid conversation with you, very blunt. I'm not in the best of moods. About 2 o'clock this afternoon, I went to a courthouse and looked upon the guy who murdered my parents. I'm carrying that emotion with me now, so I'm not going to sugarcoat much. About a year ago, I started conversations with the mayor and other council persons about what was going to happen to their police department. City officials followed me after those meetings and told them that I was saber rattling. I was making things up. It's not as bad as it is. He's a squeaky wheel. I stand before you today right. We have lost approximately 10% of our police department to other agencies, and I'm sick of seeing my family leave. We are proposing an 8-step plan. We are backing our chief 100%. It has to be done immediately and commensurate to the years of service. I know many of the council hold objections to a step. I've heard the comment several times that it's just paying people to be here. But look at it a different perspective, council. While we're being paid to be here, we are gaining certifications, educations, learning different languages, going to homicide schools, undercover schools, and gaining abilities in a free market system to become a valuable commodity. And many officers behind me today are on hiring lists for other agencies because they value them as a commodity. I am sick and tired of telling my family that hold on, it may get better. I'm now telling them do what's best for you and your families. And for 10% of our department, it's been to go to different places. I urge you to vote on the proposal you'll be hearing. I urge you to vote to implement it immediately, commensurate to the years of service. Because the years they've been here, they have become a valuable commodity that someone else will recognize. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will close the citizens' comments and move to the consent calendar now. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. There's 2 items I would like to have pulled for conversation. Item D as in Delta and item I as in Igloo.
Item D and I. Yes. Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of D and I, which we'll discuss later.
Second. We have a motion by Councilmember Nichols and a second by Councilmember Southworth. Discussion of the motion? Let's vote.
Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoker?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Councilmember Southworth?
Aye.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Roth?
Yes.
Vote passes 6 in favor.
You gonna make a motion?
I am.
Okay, wait.
If appropriate, given the number of people who are here for business item 8D, I would move that we rearrange our agenda to place that as the first business item for discussion.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey and a second by Councilmember Southworth. Discussion of the motion? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Item 8D, discussion and possible action regarding Resolution 15-31, approving the Public Safety 8-Step Compensation Program. Chief Diamond.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We'll get our PowerPoint up here real briefly. I do thank you for your time and your indulgence in this. I know this is an emotional topic. It's emotional for my staff and Chief McElroy's staff, but it's also an emotion for you and for the citizens. I do want to kind of clarify a few things that were said earlier. Mr. Hutchings said that the compensation committee, he doesn't think has heard this or seen this, and that is true. This is not, didn't evolve out of the compensation committee. It evolved out of a directive from council at strategic planning, where you directed me to bring back an 8-step program for you to look at and to see, and that's what this is about. I've been available. No one's contacted me to meet with me. We are still meeting as the compensation committee. Things have been busy, both with the legislation and stuff. So we're trying to get another meeting scheduled for the compensation committee where we can continue to do this. But an 8-step program really doesn't need a lot of compensation committee work because it's an 8-step program is relatively simple to put forward. How we enact it and how we do it is really a policy decision that the council needs to make. So that's why it really hasn't been discussed too much in that committee. So I appreciate that. I'm always available. If anybody wants to come and talk to me about this, I'm more than happy to talk to them. If any of the other city employees or members of the public, my phone number and email are on the public website, so they can contact me at any time. I have an electronic leash called a cell phone, and so I get called at all hours of the night anyway. To begin with this, if you go to the next slide here, I just want to cover a few things. There are some pros and cons listed in the staff report. I'm not going to try and debate those. I think we understand and know what some of the issues are that we are having. I know that Bryce, because Bryce and I have worked on this, we want the council to be as informed as we possibly can have you informed. So he's sent forth sent via an email the study that Sandy did. There have been some changes on that. Since that study was done, Sandy has implemented a STEP program. When you'll see on there that they say that they don't have a STEP program, they implemented that for public safety. I'm not sure if they implemented it for the whole city or not, but I know that they did implement it for public safety, or at least for the police officers. Also, Cottonwood Heights is not on there, who is one of our competitors that's stealing some of our employees. And then South Jordan also recently went to a STEP program for their public safety officers as well. And just a reminder, we're not changing the ranges at all. The ranges are fixed. We're just changing the steps within the ranges. So we're not increasing the ranges from where they currently exist. So a bottom step officer or firefighter, for that matter, would make, I think it's, let me see, $19.12 an hour to a maximum with a career ladder in there to $31.54. One thing I forgot to do, so we're not trying to change that. One thing I forgot to do in my initial remarks tonight during their council report is that my understanding of what council directed us to do was to move forward with the career ladder in strategic planning. So our plan is to move forward expeditiously to make those things happen. Unless I get some other direction or we get other direction, that's the direction that we're still going to move. Again, we don't think that there has to be a separate council vote on that because the money's already been appropriated for compensation. It's just a matter of lifting the caps and putting that forward. With that, let me start here. The current 14-step costs for public safety next year with no COLA, this doesn't include a COLA, will be about $396,000, and 16-17 based on that would be about $403,000 and change. An 8-step structure, and I've put some other numbers together for you. Moving to the next step, for brevity in this session, I'm only going to discuss the step that I think will work the best and that Chief McElreath thinks will work the best as we've talked together in two different plans. Initially, you asked for an 8-step program. I know that cost is high. I knew it was going to be high, and the city manager asked me to put together a 10-step plan. So I'm presenting both plans to you, but both of these plans have immediate implementation or as soon as practical, giving HR the time to build in their tables and do what they need to do. That structure, and then what you see, so that's where you see the 14, 15-year costs are based on that. That cost is for part of a year. And then the costs for the 15, 16 are in there as well. These may vary slightly or a little bit from what you have in your packet. Part of the issue was that as I was up late It's not probably a good idea to try and do data entry at midnight. But as up late, there were some data entry issues. And then as Chief McElreath and I went over these numbers and stuff, I'm certain now that the numbers we have are there. I've also sent the numbers to Ryan Bradshaw, our finance director, to make sure that they're valid there as well. So these numbers that you see up here for implementation immediately on the 8-step with giving officers and firefighters credit for their years of service, moving them to a step that's commensurate with those years of service, would cost about $747,000 for the implementing it now and through fiscal year 16. To do the same thing in July, to wait until July 1st, it would be approximately, again, $894,000 if we didn't do anything now and we did it in July. The reason that there's a difference in there is that officers would be topping, part of the reason is officers would be topping out this fiscal year, being paid for less of a full year for that fiscal year, and then that's why the numbers are a little bit higher for the next fiscal year. Plus they would get the implementation of the 14-step, then moving to the 8-step or 10-step or whatever other program that there is. The compensation for the 10-year structure is there, or the 10-step structure is there. And again, you can see those numbers. You have those in front of you there. I'm not going to belabor those points too much. It is not uncommon for public safety to be separated out from other workers, other workforce, other public employees. West Valley, in fact, has 3 different pay structures, one for police, one for fire, and then one for all other public employees. There are many jurisdictions throughout the United States that have that. Salt Lake City has it, Sandy has it, or at least I believe that they have implemented that. I'm 98% sure that it's separated for public safety employees. So that's not uncommon. If you go to the next slide. Some of the things that I wanted to make clear, there's been a lot of numbers thrown out there. I threw out at the strategic plan, I threw out the number that 9 officers have left employment to go to other agencies. As I was counting those officers, I did count that first probationary officer that left to go back to a previous agency in there. It's probably not quite fair to count that in there, so I want to make sure that we have as accurate numbers as we have. So in 2014, we've had 1 probationary officer left to go back to the agency that we hired them from. That was a county agency. 3 were released from probation. They were allowed to resign instead of being released from probation. 4 retirements. We had 8 other officers that were hired by other agencies. And you can see the agencies up there, UPD, Cottonwood Heights PD, West Valley City, Salt Lake City, and then 1 in Oregon. 2 of those 8 officers had less than 2 years on. 1 went out of state, and 1 went to UPD for quicker, topping out quicker, or getting to that top end quicker. That's one of the primary reasons he told us. I'm not sure what he told HR, but that's what he told us. 1 of those officers that went to Cottonwood Heights has decided that the grass wasn't greener on the other side. The pay was better, but everything else wasn't necessarily better. And he's coming back to us, and will start working back with us on the 22nd. But we still have 5 that left for more money. That's the primary reason they left. Some of those were as much as $7, $8 an hour more. 16. I currently have 16 police officers in that 7 to 12 year range, because that's what's being recruited by the other agencies right now, is that 7 to 12 year veteran officer that has experience, that on our pay scale is still being paid relatively low, but that's who they're recruiting. I have 15, I believe, of those 16 officers here, and if they could just, if you're standing, just raise your hand, or if you're not standing, stand up for me. Okay, so those 15 officers are the ones that are actively being recruited. Jason, you can sit down. Jason Holt, if you'll stay up standing, Jason. I'm going to pick on Jason here. Jason is actually being actively recruited. He's not going out and asking or anything else. He's actively being recruited by 2 law enforcement agencies to go to work for him. All of these men, they all happen to be men, are very experienced, have good judgment, have shown that they can do the job, and it will be a loss to our department to lose any of them, just as it was a loss to our department to lose, I'll just talk about the 5 that left for the money. It's a shame to lose any of those. In brevity, I'm not going to go over this. I emailed each one of you earlier today a spreadsheet that had those 16 people on there, their name, what their current position was, their years of service, and what some of their certifications were, and also what their education level is. Half of those officers have associate's or bachelor's degrees. Virtually all of them have various skills and abilities that were talked about, that Chief Wyant talked about earlier, those skills and abilities that officers develop, and also the skills and abilities that Mike Fullwood talked about. So I'll let you continue to read that and look at that. But that's who's being recruited, actively recruited by other agencies in the Valley right now. Also, we have 12 firefighters that are tested with other agencies. So even though we haven't had a firefighter leave yet for that, I don't think it's too far coming. I'll just leave it at that. The issue is not always just the pay, but it's also sometimes the time to get to the top. There's been studies out there that talk about, and Bryce and I have talked about this a lot, that there are a lot of studies out there that talk about that pay is not necessarily the top thing that keeps somebody working for a particular company or a particular city or in a particular profession, for that matter. But when you stack up pay, when you're getting somebody that's getting $6, $7, $8 an hour more, that's a pretty good incentive to overcome the other factors that would be there. We are not trying to max out all of our employees. We're not trying to get them higher than anybody else in the state. That's not the objective of what this is, or I think what your objective is, getting back, and I don't think it's the objective of what my officers and the firefighters behind me, what their objective is. I could be misquoting that for a couple of them, but for the most part, that's not their objective. Their objective is to do a good job and be compensated for it fairly. One of the other issues that we have before we get into some discussion, because I know there's going to be that, is I wanted to let you know about recruitment. Chief Wyant mentioned recruitment during his public comment, so if you can go to the next slide, Tom. In 2012, when we sent out, we had a little over 120 applicants apply for police officer jobs. About 70 of them we were able to do, or qualified to do backgrounds on. This last recruitment that we did in January, we split it up into 2 sections, one for recruits, which is somebody that has never been through an academy, doesn't have any experience, and then for an officer position, which is somebody that maybe doesn't even have any experience, but they're certified, they've been at least through the academy, or they have experience. We had 51 applicants on the recruit side, 32 tested, we had 19 no-shows. And then 24 passed the PT test. We just did the evaluation today to see how many we're actually going to be testing. I don't know what that number is yet. For officer positions, 21 applied, 13 showed up, 8 no-shows. So they weren't really interested for whatever reason. 7 of the 13 passed our tests to go on. Our experience has been that about 2/3 of the people that we background will not pass our background. So you see our pool from 70 backgrounds that we had to do in 2012 is down to just over 30 backgrounds to try and get the pool of officers that we need. So that's part of the problem. That's part of the issue. I know there's going to be a lot of discussion, a lot of questions, and I will do my best to answer them to the best of my ability and get the questions for you. So with that,
I believe that I want to make sure that everyone knows that the chief is completely accurate. We're the ones that brought this forward in the strategic plan. There's been a lot of discussion at strategic plan about this item, and to try and stop a bunch of speechifying and too many questions, I would like to make a motion at this time. And I move to adopt Resolution 15-31, approving the implementation of the 8-step public safety step and grade wage structure with an implementation to be immediate as soon as possible, can be done at HR, and implementation method of moving to the closest step above the current position. We have a motion by Mayor Rolfe and a second by Councilmember Hagan.
Mayor, clarification.
Please.
I didn't quite catch what you said. Was that, this is not an effort to cut off the public debate?
No.
You just wanted up front to throw out a motion, not to shorten our public debate or the inquiries that we may have?
No, that's fine. Now we can,
Okay.
I just wanted to get it out there. I'm trying to make the point that we've already discussed this ad nauseum, so.
Okay, thank you.
Please. Councilmember Stoker.
I just have a clarifying question and then a statement. You said to move them to the nearest step. Does that mean commensurate with the years of experience like we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then the clarifying statement, or the statement that I had is, I can confirm, fair or not, that many of the cities around the valley do have separate pay structures for their public safety versus their other city employees. It may not be fair, but it is what it is. And that's what we need to do to compete.
Councilmember Nichols. Oh, sorry, excuse me, I missed you.
I'll defer for now.
Councilmember McConaughey first.
Thank you, Mayor. I very much do support the idea of moving to the 8-step program, especially when you look at certain factors. For example, the years of retirement. It makes sense to have a program that lines up more proportionally with the anticipated career length when you look at public service compared to the others. The other thing that I wanted to point out is last time we had conversation regarding compensation, I was the sole voice of opposition primarily because of the step issue, and I had concerns about that being applied citywide. In this case, where we have broken out public safety independent, and that is the market in which we're competing. I mean, no offense to Mr. Bradshaw in accounting, but we don't have the same type of competition for accountants that we do for public safety. We're able to work with, we're also competing against the private sector there, whereas here we're competing with other agencies such as been listed. So I very much do support having it broken out separate and having it lowered to the 8-step program. I don't like the idea so much of the closest step. How I interpreted that was wherever you're at now, move up to the closest step. I do like the idea of placing the officers and firefighting personnel in the step that's appropriate for the years of service that they have. The one suggestion that I would make to the proposed motion would be, instead of effective immediately, I really think that we should backdate it to January 1st. We've set aside money for this multiple years. was it 2 years or 3 years ago, we had $200,000 set aside that was never used for the compensation. $550,000 we've been sitting on this whole year. If this were any other entity that we were working with, there would be all kinds of insane interest penalties. I think the least we could do is change that effective date to be retroactive to January 1st and instruct HR to attack that with all expediency.
If I
accept that as a, please.
Just a small correction here. The $550,000, part of that was used to put us on the STEP plan, up to leaving us about $180,000. $175,000 of that opens up the career ladder. So in fairness, I need to just make sure that that money's still not sitting there.
And
am I correct, Bryce? Right.
And my comments weren't directed so much at math, but more the concept that we've set aside money year upon year upon year that we haven't used. Therefore, I think a 2-month retroactivity is...
I just want to be totally open to the council.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion. Did you get that, Melanie?
Just for clarification, so is it to move them to the closest step of the position or to move them commensurate with their years of service? Because they're two different things, correct, Chief?
Yes, it is. It's two different things.
You said to retro, but...
So the years of service, so we're adding it retroactive and then the years of service. Okay.
Will you second that now? Okay. Okay, sorry. Now we have a new motion. Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to staff for providing this really nice spreadsheet, which was very helpful. I think it was provided by Sandy, I think. Is that where this came from? Sandy's analysis of the page?
Yes, that was by Sandy, and then Bryce provided it to you.
It was very helpful because you can see, you can identify quickly where our problem is, where we're hemorrhaging. It's very easy to see. You can see specifically where Salt Lake and West Valley are superior. It's very obvious. And with respect to that, I express only one concern, which is when you look at the long-term costs, I weigh that with how many officers we could bring to the street, additional officers, which I've been touting for a long time, how we need more officers. And that concerns me. Obviously, we need to fix this. It is a problem. They're two distinct problems. But we have a financial problem, which means we need to face the realities of council. If we pass this resolution, the long-term fix is a property tax increase. There is no way around that. And you need to face the reality. That's the road we're stepping down. To get additional officers, we've heard it from this chief. You wanted 42 when I first heard your words a couple years ago. We got you 7.
8.
Well, it was 8, I guess.
Well, 7 initially, but
yeah.
There's now 8 there.
Okay, great. We got 8, which is a stepping stone. But we have a long way to go, and it's a long road. And I don't think we're going to get that done in the 2.5 years that I have left. But we all need to be fully aware of what's coming. And with that in mind, I support this motion. I think it's time. And for those employees who are here in the public safety sector specifically, well, you know, really it's citywide because everyone's come through this. When I started the council in 2010, that was a very discouraging time to cut wages, not necessarily cut wages, but layoffs and free salaries is a very trying time. And we appreciate those of you who have been resilient and have stuck through us through this. It's very tough. In our position, we have a taxpayer who says we don't want higher taxes. And we want an employment workforce who's highly educated, and we want retention. And we're caught in that, and you understand that, and we appreciate your patience. I want to address also the issue on the public safety issue, which Councilman Stoker brought up, which is the fact that the safety sector always tends to get something different. My full-time employment is the same thing. Believe it or not, there's a hybrid in the federal government, but I'm in air traffic. And air traffic has its own pay scale. Most of the public doesn't know that, but the GS scale applies to every federal employee, but air traffic controllers have their nice little special sector on the side. And that's one of those things. It just, I understand that, and that's just the way it is. But Clint brought up a very good argument today, which is the fact that retention is not just a problem in our public safety departments, and we need to address that even citywide. And so I take the challenge to council to consider that as we move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Hagan.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the chief and the staff for putting this together. And really, the chief stood up in front of the council during our retreat and really stood up for your men and women. So thank you. And we need the education, and you've done a fantastic job. Thank you. I think it needs to be clarified, though, that it was direction from the council to our senior staff. And it wasn't really a side committee that we set up. We asked our senior staff to come back with this. So just and you can read that in a minute. But I just want to, I appreciate the amendment. I agree with that. And, I just want to say thank you to the service of our police department. I've lived here 30 plus years. I'm still proud of us. One of the best police and fire departments in the state. So, of course, I'm a proponent of this motion. Thanks, Mayor.
We'd say the best.
Yeah, I wanted to correct him on that as well. So, thanks, Chief, for doing that. Councilmember Southworth.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation and the work that's gone into this. I didn't have the luxury. Councilman Nichols mentioned that you sent something out today, and I had been busy throughout the day, and I didn't get a chance to read it. So could you help me, based on what you've presented, it looks like we have I don't want to call it the sweet spot, but there's something to that effect where we're hitting recruitments or coming into a certain segment of the force. Is that accurate, or is this across the board?
Well,
all years of service?
Certainly, the recruitment goes out to all years of service. I had Chief of Cottonwood Heights send me an email, actually, telling me that his positions were now open, that there were 4 new positions, and could I hand out his flyers to my employees. He was doing it tongue-in-cheek, but they're seeking our employees. We have quality employees in training and everything else. The people that I put in those 16 people that I had stand up, those 16 men, that's the handout that I sent. Their years of service are technically between 6.5 and 12 or more years of service. That's kind of the sweet spot, because that's kind of where we're lacking in pay. I've got one of the things I did not talk about is that 20% of my workforce has less than 2 years of service on. 10% of my workforce, 12% of my workforce has less than 1 year on, and so of experience. So with that young a group, and then I have this other group, there's kind of a gap in there, and then I have this other group, that's where they're being recruited, and that's where the money is really being made, because they're giving years of service, topping out at that, depending on which agency it is, either 8 steps or 10 steps, topping at those steps, these guys can immediately go over there and top out. And so that's why these particular people are being recruited. Plus, if you'll look at, and I know you don't have it right in front of you, but the experience, I'll just kind of hold up this one sheet here. I look at, this is 2 officers in 12 font. This is all the training that we've put them through.
Yeah, I can see that in the bottom left. That looks good.
Okay, so this is all the training that we've put them through. Here,
no, it's okay. It's a lot. I can tell there's a lot on there.
There's a lot of training that we've put them through, thousands and thousands of dollars of training and expertise that we have, that if I lose that, I'd have to pay that out. And the other agency is saying, yes, I want that expertise. Sure. I want that training. I want that ability to have an officer that I can put in place and I can get the most out of him with very little investment.
Okay, then that's helpful. So tell me how then, as we go from 14-step to an 8-step, how does this specifically in this 8-step, how does that and let's be specific to police right now, since you're up here, and that's kind of what we're talking about, we can address fire as well, but where at, tell me where those increases are and those adjustments are to compensate for that. And what I'm getting at is I just want to be certain that we've identified the problem, we know exactly what it is, and our solution is applied to that problem, and not that it's a bad thing, just a wholesale across the board, but I want to make sure that we really solve the problem and we solve it for the long run.
And that's what we've looked at, and that's why the distinction between just moving them to the next step increase. So, for example, let me give you a real life example here. And since he's in the audience, I'm going to make sure that it's okay if I use him. Morgan, where are you at? Is it okay if I use you? Okay. And this is a public meeting, so you know that. So you're okay? Okay. So I'm going to use...
Is he going to say no? I mean, come on.
I've talked to Morgan a little bit about it. Okay.
He's a good sport.
So Morgan Andrus is one of our officers. He was hired in 2008, which gives him almost 8 years of experience here. He came to us with 2 years of experience as a law enforcement officer, so he's got about 10 years of experience, give or take. Morgan is on the list for Salt Lake City. He's like number 10, something like that. Number 7 on that list. They're going to hire 11 people. His current pay is $22.39 on our current pay scale. If I just merely move him to the next step in a 8-step program, his pay will be $22.39 because it happens to fall on a step. So he would not get any increase, even if we went to an 8-step, by merely moving them to the next step. In an 8-step plan, by moving him commensurate with his years of service, and because he's actually an officer 2 now, not an officer 1, he would be moving to $27.22 an hour if we move him on an 8-step commensurate with his years of service. That's not a max out. That's not topping him out. He would top out next year when those raises come in. He would move to an 8-step. And then with the career ladder, he has the opportunity to fulfill those requirements and then continue on to senior to get that top out to that 3154, whatever it was, to that top out. So that's the issue that they have, because right now, if he goes to Salt Lake City, he will be making $31.54 an hour, $31.50 something, 31 something an hour. Plus, he will be able to make, if he works graveyard shift, they give a shift differential at Salt Lake City, so he'd make 5% if he works graveyard. So that's where we're trying to retain them. Now, again, I'm hoping that I can't max him out and I can't get him to that $31. But if I can get him there and he sees that he has a fairly short way to get there, he might stay with us. I'm not going to ask him for a commitment now or anything like that. But his incentive to stay with us is much greater.
He's in a pretty good mood.
And so he's smiling, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So it's not that our officers want to leave. We have a great department. We have good things that we do. I'm fairly liberal with trying to get my officers trained so that they are the best that they can be. But what I don't want is a bunch of 2-year officers, because what happens when I have 2 years officers, they don't have the experience to make the best decisions. We give them the training, we give them everything. It takes 3 to 5 years to really get out there and make the best decisions. You're going to make mistakes in there. we have to look at the law. I'm not going to pontificate too much, but we have to look at the law so much and make split-second decisions, literally second decisions that we have to make in a quarter of a second, sometimes whether to take somebody's life or not, whether to pull the trigger or not, that attorneys will and investigators will literally take months to look at and second-guess what we did. And so I have to develop that expertise, and I can't do that if I don't have the staff to train those folks. Some of these folks out here are training officers and have been training officers to train the new guys coming in. So I hope that answers. It's a long thing, but I hope that answers your question.
And some of it might be, well, yes, that does help somewhat. We still have, not completely have a clear picture here, but take the 14 step then. Now that's not working because it doesn't ramp up fast enough in the pay scale. If the numbers were adjusted in the 14 step.
If we adjust, again, part of the reason is that trying to get them to that higher level quicker. Our careers are shorter than other public employees because of the nature of our jobs. Our retirement shorter, all that kind of stuff. So they need to max out sooner so that they can take advantage of that retirement, that 3-year retirement, and get it in there. They also want to max out so that they can, stay with their families and do what they can with that. So the 14 step does that. Could there be an argument made to move them up in the 14 step and leave it at a 14 step? Yes, you could. I'm not sure that gets us where we need to be. I haven't investigated that to see. I mean, if council directs me to, and you want to take that into consideration, I'm more than glad to do whatever you want me to do. But I'm not sure that will get us where we need to be intuitively off of the top of my head. But I don't have the facts and numbers to back that up because I haven't run that process to try and move these guys up. For example, Morgan is a step, I think he's at a step 4. My computer should have step 5. 4, step 4 right now in a 14-step program. Mm-hmm. So in order to get him where I can get him in a shorter program, we'd have to move him up considerably.
So, and I guess the reason I ask that is it seems like when you go to an 8-step, we are accelerating that move through there intentionally.
Right.
So we're trying to solve a problem. But are we creating a problem down the road that we're going to have to address when we have this acceleration a few years down the road and now we're bumping against the end of the road? Now what do we do?
That's why the career ladder is in there to help with that. That's why part of the reason that the career ladder was instituted was to get these because there's 3 levels of officers: the basic officer, senior officer, and master officer, and to get them to move through that when they're topped out, to give them some other place to go for the extra skills and abilities that they have or have achieved. So that does help in that. So if you look at there's the 3 grades of officers, so it does help them to move through that and to achieve that. And I'll be frank, if there's an officer that is a master, if they're topped out and they start complaining as an officer 1 that, hey, I want more money, my answer to them is then qualify to be an officer 2. And if they're an officer 2, qualify to be an officer 3. And if they're an officer 3, qualify and be your best to be promoted to sergeant. And I can't go above that, and nor will I ever ask anybody to go above that range, because it's just, our goal is to top out. In my previous employment, my goal was to top out as quickly as I could. In some cases, because of the overlap in the ranks, I topped out within 2 years of being promoted to sergeant. So I was a top sergeant for most of my sergeant time. Same thing as a lieutenant, same thing as a captain.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but based on what you just said, is that we actually are creating the possibility. Market will determine this, but we could be creating the same problem at a different. Remember we talked about the sweet spot we're looking at now. it'll be a different problem in a different area, years of service down the road?
I don't believe so, because we are still our range is still very competitive with the ranges, and actually exceeds most of the ranges within the valley. So our range is good. It's just how quickly we can get to that top end of the range. So I don't think that that's going to be another problem where we're going to be losing officers once they top out. I've not had any officer that's topped out or even close to topping out even apply anywhere else.
So not to belabor this anymore, but Chief McElreath, it's already belabored. Chief McElreath, same line of thinking here. We talk about a sweet spot in the police department. Now it's specific to fire. Do you think this solves the same problem there? Well, I don't think you have the exact same problem.
No. If I can answer the top-out question, that's been discussed a lot. Bryce has discussed it with us. We've discussed it amongst ourselves. My employees in the fire department that are topped out are not upset that they're topped out. They were hired. They knew what their pay was going to be. And that's not a morale thing that they're upset. And I think if what your question, unless I'm missing it, is that once they get to that top point, they have nowhere else to go. That has not been a problem in my department, and I'll ask Doug.
It has not been a problem in my department.
It's not a problem. It's understood by them. It's what Doug has explained very well. It's that 6 to 12 year that he says, that we've trained these people that aren't able to get to that top point for the various reasons that's already been talked about, of why the accelerated step is needed. That's the ones that we'll lose. And you put the training costs to it. For us in the fire department, it's a paramedic. That's 40 of my 80 employees are paramedics. If another department can hire those folks, they're saving about $60,000 because they don't have to pay them to send them to school, and they can put them on the street with street experience. And I'll just mention, I've said this before, I'll put it back on the record again, some of you might have been here. 1999, 2000, reverse the uniforms. What he's facing right now, the fire department faced. 18 months, we trained 24 people. We were known as the farm team for fire service. And they went to Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County at the time. And if you recall, when the pay scale was changed back then to, I believe it was 6-7, that door closed. My fear for the fire department is, you've seen the numbers up there. Chief's the last one to know if people are testing. They don't want that out there because if they don't get it, they're worried about what might else happen. But they're highly valuable, and they're good people, and employers want them.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you to both of you. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I very much appreciate the conversation that we've had, but given the amount of conversation and the fact that there are so many officers and firefighters standing both literally and figuratively at the door, I'm looking at Officer Andrews, 40%, potential 40% raise by going to Salt Lake City. I would suggest we call the question and put it to rest, at least this issue of compensation to rest right now.
Mayor?
I think the question's been called, so we're going to vote.
Robert's rules suggest that has to be voted on when a question is called, so we could have the latitude to allow another question if we wanted to.
I don't think that's the case, but let's have a vote. All in favor of calling the question? Aye. Aye.
No.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay.
Wait, what are we voting on? We're voting on calling the question?
He claimed that that's in the rules, but I don't think it is. But
Right here.
We're voting.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Haga.
Yes.
Mayor Rawl.
Yes.
Councilmember Southworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Stoker.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
The vote passes 6 in favor.
Thank you. Please, wait, please. We'll have to do the, all right, I apologize, but we can't.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I'll try and control my guests.
Bryce, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My concern at this moment is that we have not had an opportunity to have input from our HR staff. They spent over 3 months just upgrading from the old time system to the new time system took hundreds of hours to input that data, and I'm not going to say that it can't be done. What my concern is an expectation, and I want to be the very first one to say, I compliment our council on realizing that we have a supply and demand issue and that you recognize the value of our people. That needs to be said, and I want to affirm that. My concern is an expectation that the very next paycheck is going to have all of these increases, and I need to be very clear that I don't believe that that can happen based on the volume of work that has to be done. So what I'm going to ask is, can you please allow us to go back and work with our staff, determine how quickly we can do this, reaffirm that it needs to be done quickly, and the motion was to go back to January 1st, but I'm hoping that you as staff will allow our team to do this and not have an expectation that these raises will be automatic in the next thing. Can you just be fair with this? I mean, you'll get your money, but I watched what went on during the last 3 months, and it's been blood, sweat, and tears. So,
to be clear, my motion was as soon as humanly possible with our HR staff, and it will be retroactive based on the amendment to go back to the first 3 years.
Just please let us work on it, and we will. All right, that's all I ask. Thank you.
Lane?
Yes.
I would move to take a 5-minute recess.
Please.
Second.
Got a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. thanks for the information on the fuel. We'll make sure we... Well, we enjoy that you give us the rate. Okay, I've had a request from staff because there are some other commitments that have to be made to hear the two consent items now before we go back to business items. So, who pulled item D?
Both of those were mine there.
Oh, okay. Could you please take off on D then?
Okay, D is consideration of the purchase of the copy machine using funds from abatement. Questions I had are, well, there's a couple questions I've got. Number one, did we price this out? Did we look at multiple different versions? All I see in the packet is just one copier. It doesn't talk about RFP or anything like that.
I believe IT did. They're the ones who gave us the price. So we didn't, legal didn't, but we were just relying on IT. Michael Oliver told me this morning the last time they purchased the machine, it was actually $8,000. I think about $8,000. So instead of the $11,000, but
yeah. Well, and this one's also right about the $8,000, but then there's the hole punch added to it plus the additional $2,000 service contract. So it's right about the same price.
Okay.
But given the price. Before I can support that, I want to make sure that we did bid it out properly, or at least look at other options out there. I mean, even a Canon copier over the Sharp.
Typically, what we do is we put a specification together, and a lot of this type of equipment is purchased on the state bid. I would have to talk to Michael. I looked through the agenda packet. I didn't see where it identified whether it was state bid. And then we've also tried to standardize the equipment so we're not ordering cartridges for a whole bunch of different types of copiers. But I haven't had a chance to consult with him on that. I can definitely do that. And if you want to table this item for the next meeting, we'll bring more information back.
Yeah. And then the second concern I had was using the abatement funds to purchase it. My understanding, this is not necessarily just for code enforcement, but would be used by all of legal.
That's correct. It would be both prosecution, civil litigation, and code.
Okay. My other concern then is using those abatement funds that come in from fines and code enforcement issues. I would prefer to see that money reinvested into helping residents offset the cost of coming into compliance with our code. I would rather see us use those monies to help pay for remediation of properties that don't become compliant, or use those funds to do the remediation where possible. I still have neighbors who's they've got a cinder block fence on the side of their house, and that got tagged. And instead of the city going out and helping clean that one, they received notice that fines were impending, that they would have to clean this up themselves when we have the resources. I'd rather see that money coming in from abatement go to abatement rather than a copier for the whole legal department. I prefer to see that come out of legal's budget. So with those two items, number one being lack of information about the purchasing process, and number two, the source of the funding, I'm happy with it pulled and ready to move on unless somebody else wants to address this.
Did you say, you said pull, do what with it? Table it?
Oh, not necessarily table. I'd be happy to just leave it where it's at now.
Move to approve or?
No.
So all,
I guess that would be a move to deny, or let them identify alternative funding and go through the proper, ensure that we have gone through the proper procurement process.
Councilmember Hagan.
Yeah, this has been kind of called out from our constituents, so I think it might be better for us to kind of just reanalyze it because our residents pulled it for us, and I agree. I agree with some of the issues, but I'd like to see it just tabled and reanalyze the value of the copier you're buying.
We'll go ahead and bring back some more data. I realize that a citizen left some information on our desk tonight that showed what you could buy it for. I looked at the council packet, and we actually have it under, I'm assuming, the state bid for less than what was identified on eBay. The extra costs are in the warranty, or the is it warranty and the hole puncher service agreement. So anyway, we'll
Could you then just come back and itemize it, and we see the.
Actually, it is itemized in your packet. If you look on that page, it identified it as 7,000. It was actually less than what was identified in this memo. Jump to that.
so that motion was to move to table to a future date?
If you'd like.
Wait, I just made it.
What I was suggesting is just leave it without any action, so staff can go back, make whatever motions, or make whatever changes are necessary and bring something new back. I didn't think that necessarily required a motion. If you didn't take action, I figured it just sort of fell back, so that's why I was suggesting no motion.
Then we're just gonna direct staff to bring these back with, okay.
Preferably alternative funding source and confirmation of following purchase policy.
Okay, item I now.
Item I was also on mine as well, and this one actually had me pretty excited to start with because I very much appreciate those dumpsters that we have, and I like the idea of upping that. However, there was something in the document that set me a little bit back. There's a line in there that says, quote, "We have included a change in the staffing from part-time to full-time to address the overloading and contamination issues associated with the increased quantity." The "we" was in the staff report. So I'm questioning, is that somebody on staff that this is authorizing a change from a part-time position to a full-time position? Or is that with ACE?
That's city staff.
So this would be changing the position from part-time to full-time within city staff?
Yes.
How much would that be?
Please come forward, Tim.
Mayor and council, the question is regarding the staff, just to clarify.
Yeah.
That is changing a current half-time position to a full-time position. That's what's proposed. The cost is approximately $36,600. That's part of that obviously is wages, going from a half-time to a full-time position. And then once it goes to a full-time position, obviously we have benefits included with that, which we don't have with a half-time position currently.
So clarification, the increase amount is $36,600. This isn't a total, it's rather an increase above what we're at right now.
That's correct. I believe the current amount is approximately $15,500, $15,442 actually right now.
So then the total would be closer to 50. So we're moving from about 15 grand up to a total of about 50 grand a year.
We are going, let me check this out here. I have a grand total, but I don't have a separate total for that.
I would suggest the same action or lack of action with this consent items, because there was just that one tiny little line in there that talked about the changes to staff, and I really want to be sure that we scrutinize that one. And then while we're at it, the other thing that kind of caught me off guard was the 10% increase in cost. Right now we're at about $91 per container, and that's jumping up to about 101. My computer's a little...
That's correct. The current price right now is $91.16, and the proposed price is $101.16 per dumpster.
I guess I'm having a hard time also understanding why the 10% increase. Usually when you add additional business, additional volume, you'd expect to see a decrease. I might be able to understand an increase for the differential between the two, but to see the 10% jump on both the existing plus on the new, all of a sudden that becomes a very, very pricey proposition to double the number of dumpsters plus add $36,000 for staff.
With the proposal from ACE, currently it's one full-time driver with ACE, and they go Monday through Saturday. And if this were to move forward, they figured that they would have to, again, add another truck and another driver to that operation.
Which makes sense, but I would assume that the cost of the truck and the cost of the driver would have been factored into their cost for the per dumpster cost. So that one could just use a little more explanation, some more clarification.
We actually have a representative from ACE here tonight, Don Bagley.
We would have to buy 16 additional dumpsters, and that also with a truck, with a driver, and that's why we did go up to $10 per haul.
Councilmember Stoker.
I have a question more for finance. The additional cost of the program would be about $300,000. Do we have that much money in the solid waste fund to be able to cover that?
We would have enough money for about 2 years, and then we would have to come back with a rate increase. Right now, we're pretty much breaking even in solid waste, and when we did the transfer, we left about $600,000 in there. So a $300,000 increase to this would force us into a rate increase within 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Southwood.
Yes, tell me, we're the number, we're doubling the number, right?
Yes.
And that's, now we gotta have another truck and a driver, and that makes sense. At what point from where we were, I can't remember the number, but 2,100, I think, right? At what point do we meet that threshold where we have to have an additional driver and truck?
When we have all of the cans would be out, so we'd be rotating. So we'd have to have 2 drivers in your city every day just to rotate, 16 cans a day.
Okay.
So 16 cans will be rotating through your city all day.
Okay.
7 times.
Well, I guess I didn't ask that question correctly, or maybe I'm getting the right answer here. We have 2,100 loads, is that what it was? Or? Approximately 21. So let's say you went to 2,500, do you need another driver and a truck? 2,800, do you need another driver and a truck? You know, where's that point where, okay, now we gotta have somebody else? Are we there now?
Usually, any of our roll-off drivers, they only can usually haul 9 loads a day because of the time, the 8 hours and the restrictions on the driving. So if we add, 8 more cans to be hauled, that means that there would have to be 2 drivers. Am I answering that correctly?
Yeah, so let's see. So 5 days a week,
6 days a week.
6 days a week, 9 loads, you say? Okay. Okay. it doesn't answer the question. I'm just trying to figure out what number do we have to have? Can we do 2,500 loads and not have to have a second driver? Is that?
Oh.
Is that what I'm saying?
You're saying 8 per day right now, basically, one more.
Yeah,
I don't want to put words
yeah.
in.
So 9. Times 6 times days a week, times however many weeks, 52. Okay. So what is that? Ryan, you know the answer. One more. So I would say we just spent almost $1 million on a police department, and this cleaning up our community is right next to public safety to me than anything else. And I don't know. I wouldn't haggle over this. I think this is a great idea. We need to do this, and I would make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Southwood and a second by Councilmember Hagan. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
I would speak against the motion because I'd like a little more information about the change to the position. I really don't like that wasn't called out in the staff report. Almost missed that altogether. And number two, I'm still not comfortable with the pricing. I'd like that reviewed to see if we can bring it down somehow, or at least find an optimal number. I don't know that doubling, I mean, I know there's a weight for the dumpsters, but I don't know that doubling it is appropriate. Maybe just increasing it by 25% would handle some of the concern that's out there. I would speak against the motion, but rather in favor of an alternative motion to table until there's additional information to review.
Other discussion? Let's vote.
Mayor Rawl?
Yes.
Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoker?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
No.
Councilmember Southworth?
Aye.
Vote passes 5-1 in favor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we did just have the E-Waste Day and Shred event. It was awesome. Southwick, McConaughey, he was there, but, you guys as residents, they really love that program we have for you guys in the city. And we filled up, first time we've ever filled up one of the paper shred trucks.
We appreciate that as well. Thank you. Okay, I've had requests from the council since we already suspended the rules earlier, but in order to allow for our legislators to speak to us, there were some requests to table a couple of issues tonight so that we can pare this down a bit and see what we can get done. And I will pull my item F from the agenda tonight. We'll hear it on the 25th. We don't have to get to that one. That's not that important.
I would make that official with the motion.
Have a motion by Councilmember Stoker and a second by Councilmember McConaughey. Discussion of the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Any other?
Mayor, there is item H. It has not been a year since this item has been on our agenda and should not, basically shouldn't be there, so that should be removed indefinitely. Well, not indefinitely, until mid-August, I believe, is when it can come back.
Well, I'll go ahead. I'd just like to table and
Stop.
this is in the poll until next.
Well, the same thing will apply, and, it has not been a year since we've denied this item. I guess unless somebody who was in the prevailing side can bring it back, is how the council rules work. So it would have to be mid-August before it can come back again.
Okay. Can you clarify where that is, Councilman?
Yeah, our council rules. Sorry, I thought you were, I guess you're not aware of that, I apologize, but, yeah, it has to be a year, so it's mid-August, I can't remember, first meeting in August.
Just to clarify, the question last time was to put it on the ballot for last year. This is a different question, different resolution. It's a question to put it on this year's ballot, so it's a totally different issue.
Okay.
Even though the item's the same, it's a different proposal. I don't think that applies. If I could just, I'll voluntarily postpone it to the next council.
We'll move that one.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I'll make that official with the motion.
Please. I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, pass. Okay. Item 8A, discussion.
Sorry, we're done. We talked about, so we got F, what about G? Do we need to discuss G tonight? I think that's one that needs to be done.
I think that's one that can be done in a couple minutes. I hope we can get to
I
it.
think we need to do I.
We've done D.
Okay, let's do I. Let's go backwards then. Okay. Business item I, because we do need this one. Discussion and possible action regarding Resolution 15-34 approving and appropriating $29,000 from the general government budget account for the purchase of goods and services in support of amending the Utah Code to allow automobile dealerships to be located within the city.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Southworth and a second by Councilmember Stover. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember Hagan.
I called legal staff today because I wanted to get some answers on, so I'll just ask Jeff here in public. You know, this is a political issue up on Capitol Hill. It has nothing to do with the motion, really, so I just want to clarify. It's a issue on Capitol Hill, and I'm just wondering the legality of the city participating in lobbying and promotion like this.
I guess I don't quite understand the question.
So this money is going to be allocated to purchase promotional materials, television, radio, to educate the public, is what I'm understanding. So
To educate.
possibility.
To educate the public on an issue that will affect West Jordan. Yeah, that's legal.
So is that a legal thing for a city to do?
Yeah, that has a extreme impact on this city, and so I don't think that's why you hire a lobbyist. It's in that same vein, so.
Please, Bryce.
And I would only ask that if you make a motion to approve this, that you as a council would decide if the mayor's going to have authorization to give staff direction day to day of the places this money's going to be spent, because it would take too much time tonight to decide who, what, where, and when this money would be focused at the time that we decide to spend it. I just need some direction there, so.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I would have spoken against the motion because of the vague description of how the money is going to be spent. However, there's a comment in here that the funding for this is coming from the foregone salary from the mayor. That's where the $29,000 is coming from. Therefore, I will speak in support of that. And I can also support Bryce's request that it be at the direction of the mayor how that's spent. I agree with the things that have been said today and with the work that's been done by the mayor to work towards finding a solution for the automobile dealership problem. And despite the vagueness in here, since the funding is coming from what otherwise would have been the mayor's salary, I have no objection to this motion.
So as the maker of the motion, I would accept that as an amendment, but I would say that this is probably applied in conjunction with our city manager or with his staff and whatever resources that the mayor needs as a team.
So work with the mayor.
Yes, so the city manager and mayor work together to determine the plan.
I accept the amendment to the motion.
Referencing the time.
Councilmember Hagan.
So just, could you clarify the motion now that we've amended it? So.
The way I understand it is Councilmember Southworth moved to approve Resolution 1534, approving and appropriating $29,000 from the general government budget account with purchase of goods and services in support of amending Utah Code to allow automobile dealerships to be located within the city, with the additional amendment that allowing the mayor to work with administrative staff on use of the resources. It was seconded by Councilmember Stoker.
Okay, other discussions of the motion? Let's vote.
Oh, did you say vote? Sorry.
Yes, sorry.
I'm in La La Land,
I know,
sorry.
it's getting later.
Okay, let's vote. Councilmember Southworth.
Aye.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Stoker.
Yes.
Councilmember Haga.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Mayor Rawl.
Yes.
Vote passes 6 in favor.
Hopefully we can get to this next one. We'll go to G, discussion and possible action regarding,
Mayor,
yes.
is it possible, I know we have somebody in the audience here for A, could we go to that?
8A, just so you know, is related to the public hearing that will be held on the 25th. If you want, we can postpone that, and Dave Clements can go home, or we can address it tonight, either way.
We've got a couple of people.
Did you have a presentation?
I do. I wanted to go over the conclusions that we reached and the reasoning how we reached those conclusions.
And we probably need some time to think on that before the public meeting, I would imagine.
You may want to.
Let's go to item 8A, discussion regarding the legality of the bid process for the old library. Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the last City Council meeting, January 28th, Council made a motion, and part of that motion was asking staff to review the bidding process to make sure that it was proper if we go forward. The specific question was, as I recall, can the city rely on the prior bid made on the Old County Library, or must the city initiate a new bidding process? So I wanted to walk through the conclusions that we reached and the reasoning, how we got there, and answer any questions that you had so that it'll be clear when you get to that issue on the 25th. So the first thing we did is we looked at the prior bid advertisement to determine whether or not the bid that was made by CTA, if you could still rely on that bid or if you need to rebid it. The advertisement for the bid expressly said the winning bidder shall provide payment to the city by cash or check within 30 calendar days of bid opening. That payment was not made. And so we determined that the original bid was no longer valid. If you decide to do another bidding process, you'd have to start that bidding process again. The second thing we looked at, though, was the state code, section 10-8-2, to determine whether or not a bid was required by the state code. And so we're just looking more closely at these statutes, and we've quoted the applicable sections of 10-8-2 in the staff report. You also have the full code section quoted on page 93 of the packet. It's subsection 4A, single I and double I. What we determined from 10.8.2 is that 10.8.2 does not describe how the property must be disposed. 10-8-2 only addresses that if you're going to dispose of what is significant real property, you must have a public hearing to do that. So that's why you have to have a public hearing on the 25th if you're going to dispose of what would be considered significant property. I don't think it would really be disputed that property valued at $1.25 million would be significant property, so I think you have to have a public hearing. But again, that section does not list any specific requirements as to how the property must be disposed. Doesn't require a bid, doesn't require anything other than the public hearing to dispose of the property. So then the third thing we looked at is our own city code, section 3-1-14C, to look at our own code to see if it required a bid. And again, we've quoted the applicable language in the staff report, but you can also find it at page 95 of your packet. And this is the language that it uses. It says, if the property's been declared surplus, and I'm not addressing what can be surplus or how it's surplus. I'm just saying, if the property is surplus, then the property may be sold at an auction to the highest bidder. Doesn't say it, doesn't mandate it, doesn't require it. It just says it may be sold through a bidding process. We looked at the city's purchasing code and the competitive bid process. That really doesn't apply here because we're not buying anything, we're selling something. So we couldn't find anything in the state code or the city code that specified how the property must be disposed. So we've concluded as a result of that you can do a bid process. You're certainly open to do that if you want to go through another bid process. You can retain a realtor and sell it through a realtor. You can accept the offer that is currently on the table. CTA renewed its offer to purchase the property, even though the bid was invalidated or void. But CTA, and you've got an email in your packet with the contract, and CTA has renewed its offer to purchase the property under those same terms with changes in the dates, like the closing date and things like that, because those have all expired now, or they've changed. But in essence, you can dispose of the property as best we can tell any way you think is appropriate, and especially where you're getting value for value. I think you can choose the way you want to dispose of that property. So any questions about that? I want to make sure I can try to answer them as best we can tonight so you're prepared for the 25th when that rolls around.
Councilmember Southworth.
Thank you, Mayor. So you're saying that we will have to, no matter what way we dispose of the property, we do need to have another public hearing.
Yes.
To declare it surplus.
No.
Oh, no.
The public hearing is not to declare it surplus. That was a confusion that I think had developed over time, apparently. So when we went back and looked at both the state code and the city code, the state code requires a public hearing to give the public an opportunity to speak about the city's intent to dispose of property.
Okay.
Not to declare it surplus, but to dispose of property. City code is the provision that requires you to declare property surplus before it is disposed of in most cases. There is an exception to that, but in most cases the city code requires you to declare the property surplus before you dispose of it.
So the property is A, properly declared surplus. Now B, state law states we have to have a public hearing. Now that public hearing, it does not have to specify how it's going to be disposed of, only that you will be disposing of it.
Well, that's correct. And I'm going to reverse the order in which you stated that, though. The public hearing would be held to simply notify the public that you're going to dispose, or your intent, you're talking about disposing property, so they can come in and make public comment.
Sure.
And say they like it or they don't like it, here's why or why not. And then so you have that public hearing, and then before you dispose of the property, you then declare it surplus.
Okay.
But neither the city code nor the state code mandates how that property must be disposed of.
Or that it be declared, but we would, typically out of a courtesy to every one of the citizens, we would probably be open about that, say here's what we're going to do, but it's not mandated.
It doesn't mandate
Okay.
whether you sell it through a bid process, or whether you use a realtor, or whether you put a sign on it yourself,
Okay.
or someone makes an offer and you accept the offer, or any other way that you dispose of that property. Neither the state code nor the city code specifies how that would be done.
Thank you.
Councilmember Higa.
Thanks, Mayor. Jeff, just if I can ask for a question, maybe one to Dave. Is Dave still here?
Yep. He's here.
I'm sorry, Dave. We had an open house, and the mayor and some realtor people were telling us that the value of the property probably is more than what the interlocal agreement appraisal was. So my question is, should we not, before we dispose of it, ask for another appraisal because we're going out to market?
I'm going to let Dave speak on that because the appraisal may be something more in his realm of knowledge than mine.
Yeah, that's certainly an option. If the city council prefers to have another appraisal performed, that's certainly a viable option. I would say that appraisals are not an exact science and certainly have some opening or room for interpretation. So we had one appraisal performed, well, the county did, not quite a year ago. We certainly could ask the same appraiser to update and give us their opinion of today's value, or we could go and get another appraisal from a different appraiser to confirm or deny or tell us what they think about the property in value. We certainly could list it with a realtor. The issue with listing with a realtor is you're probably going to pay 5+% of the value out of that property to the realtor as a commission, which when you're talking in the realm of $1 million+, you're talking $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. But that's certainly a viable option as well.
But if it appraises for more and we can get 1.35 million out instead of 1.25, 5% is basically mute, as far as a realtor approach. Am I right?
Possibly. I wouldn't know the numbers off the top of my head. I mean, an extra $100,000 in revenue, if you're paying a realtor, depending on what the percentage rate you're paying the realtor, if you're paying the realtor 5%, you're probably coming out ahead by $10,000 to $20,000 maybe. But I don't, without looking at the math or knowing what the percentage rate the realtor would charge, I couldn't tell you for sure I guess what the benefit would be.
Thanks, Dave. That answers that. And then Jeff, last council meeting when we talked about this, and you stepped up to come back with discussion on this item, and I appreciate that. Good information. One thing that still concerns me is we have a document still in our packet, here that's considered an offer. Is that true?
My understanding is that yes, CTA sent an email to Dave renewing his offer to purchase the old county library for the same terms as what he put in his bid. Or what's contained in the written contract, other than changing some of the dates.
So is this a legal document or is it null and void? My question.
Well, I believe it's a legal offer made by the prospective, the person who would like to purchase the property. So when you say it's a legal document, it's not. I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but
the last resolution was declared null and void.
That's correct.
And therefore, the bidder came to us and gave us a second offer with other terms added to it.
That's correct.
So I'm wondering how we can say that conforms to our last discussion, or if it even conforms to how we're going to surplus this.
I think that all that document represents is that he wanted to offer again to purchase the property. Now the ball is in the council's court to determine whether they want to accept that offer, but you still have to go through the process of surplusing the property.
So we would actually have to receive another document like this?
No, I don't believe so.
Really?
I believe that if council decides on the 25th to surplus the property, you have an open offer that he's made. It's alive, and council could choose to accept that offer.
Could I just make an offer or an opinion here?
Bryce wants to bid.
I don't have $1 million, so anyway. But what I'd like to just clarify here is, Councilmember Hague, your concern appears to be the fact that we had a resolution that became null and void, and the truth is that resolution is null and void. So if the council chose to accept the offer, because Jeff has explained that you have multiple options of the way you want to dispose of this property. And if somebody waves a document that says, here's my offer to buy it, apparently that can even be accepted, but it would require a new resolution to be created and a new number and everything else with new terms. So we have to clarify that the old resolution is gone. There's nothing there. We would, if you chose to use this option as a way to purchase or sell it, you would have to do a whole new resolution, right?
Yeah, there would, yes, absolutely. There would need to be a new resolution that surpluses the property and accepts the offer as it's been proposed, or if you want to counter, you could counter offer.
So the only reason I bring this out is just because I made a motion last council meeting to null and void this document also, and you said that wasn't necessary.
No, it wasn't necessary to make that bid, because it was a bid at that. I mean, he was trying to change the bid, and it wasn't necessary to make a motion to make it null and void. All he's done is renewed his offer. He's just saying, even though it was null and void back then, I want to renew it today. So it's still on the table to you as a council.
Then I just have one other question on the R&R code. In section 3-114 on surplusing, and cause I still think this has been ignored a little bit. It says the city manager shall notify other city departments of the availability of such property. What's the process in your experience of that? So if the council again decides to process this,
I actually sent an email out right after the council meeting the next day asking all departments to submit to me if they had a desire for the property. Now, I'm going to confess right now, I'm behind on my emails. So I need to go and verify if anybody did make a claim. But of the ones that I did see, no one identified that there was a need for that. So to make sure we covered ourselves after the last council meeting, I did that.
So you've asked the departments if there's a need. Well, can I ask one more question then? In our green sheet, Brian gave us the first, I guess a couple of councils ago, we have a public works request for a rental of a building totaling $72,000. Is that true? So is that not a need? Like it's page 72 of our green sheet.
It's just a green sheet.
Wanting to lease a building, a private building for $72,000.
We'll let the city manager review his emails and get back to us on that. Councilmember Stoker.
I think I can help provide a little bit of clarification to some of what Councilmember Hague is talking about with regards to the replacement offer. It really kind of brings back to mind the discussion we had just a minute ago with regards to the placing the council mayor on the agenda. Even though it hadn't been 12 months, the motion was a little bit different because it included different dates. I kind of see this as a very similar thing, where the offer may be very similar but has different dates in it, and so it's really a different item, similar to the way that the council mayor form can come back in 2 weeks, because it's technically a different item, has a different resolution number. It may be very similar, but just has different dates. I see them very similar to each other.
I agree with that, and we still got to go through the public hearing process no matter what, and we'll see what happens then. So, thanks for the information.
Is it necessary to clarify it, or Mayor?
Please.
Sorry. Is it necessary to clarify on our next council agenda? We have, it sounds like, a public hearing declaring our intent to sell the property or whatever. Dispose
of the property.
Okay, and then we also have a resolution on that agenda surplusing the property and accepting an offer that we have before us.
Well, I don't know that the staff report has been prepared, and so I'm not sure what the staff report will say. I'm not even sure who's preparing the staff report, but I would anticipate that what you'll have is a public hearing to tell the public, notify the public that the city council is discussing whether or not to dispose of significant real property. A resolution that will be considered as to whether or not city council will surplus that piece of property, and then something discussing how to dispose of that property, which could include acceptance of an open offer.
Could I then I request that those 3 items be on our next council agenda, whether they be 3 separate items or they be combined into 2 or whatever, but as long as those 3 items are on our, in the order that need to be, could that please be placed on our council agenda?
Sure, and I get, Bryce, if you want us to prepare that staff report, we can. Yeah, we can do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one last comment, please.
Just direction to Bryce, let's get this right. If the council body decides this time and the process goes smooth and that, let's make sure we cover all our bases. And one of them would be making sure that if we have requests for a building, that we look at that. And so that's all I would ask.
Yeah, I believe from the signals Ryan and I are exchanging that the type of use that the Public Works facility was asking for the type of building would probably not be conducive for this type of facility, but I will go through my emails. And then let's watch Melanie gloat as I say this. She's said several times, anytime you go too fast, you make mistakes. I hope you'll be patient with us as we make sure we watch our steps and do this correctly. And then the other thing I need to make sure you understand, while we've acknowledged that there's an offer out there floating in the atmosphere saying if you want to sell it, I'll buy it, you as a council give us direction as to how you want us to dispose of that. So we will expect your direction on that.
Okay. Item 8B, discussion and possible action regarding Resolution 15-30, approving the location for a new fleet facility.
Jim is going to handle this item for us this evening.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, thank you. At the strategic plan, we showed you a couple of sites on either side of the existing Public Works building, and you asked us to come back with a concept on each site of what we might possibly do there. About 4 years ago, we had JRCA, an architectural firm, do some programming for a possible relocation of the Public Works facility. I called Jim Child at JRCA, and he was very gracious to put together a little bit of information for us at no charge based on some of the programming that he'd already done in the past. So if we could move to the first slide. This is probably, and I would think from, and I have to speak from my standpoint as well, looking at what we can do at some time in the future here. If we're going to swap property with the Airport Authority, Salt Lake City, we would be swapping approximately 9 acres on the north side of Public Works for 9 acres on the south. And that's the heavy dotted line area, is that approximate 9 acres. And so we wanted to place a fleet facility in that area, and the reason this is probably more conducive to what we want to do long term will be shown in the third slide. But this gives us plenty of area. It's got access right onto 40th West, and the access in and out of there, lots of room. It's very good. If we can go to the second slide. This slide is if we were to put the building on the north side of the existing Public Works building. This limits it in several respects. One is that we've been asked to look at what we're going to do in the next 30, 50 years as the city's built out. And eventually the existing Public Works building is being replaced. As you can see, the heavy dotted line up there cuts across part of the area that would be paved access, goes over into the existing, even goes over part of the existing building. This 10 acres that the existing building sits on is also acreage that could be traded with Salt Lake City. They are very amenable to doing that because they would like to see us entirely out of their runway protection zone. And we could then take over time, over the next 10 or 15 years, build out at a completely new facility. So we can go to the next slide. This is the concept that was brought to us by JRCA. And it shows with the addition of the 9 or 10 acres, once that is eventually traded, we would have an area that's large enough for a complete fleet facility that would be, a public works facility that could be built out over the next 10, 15, 20 years. It could be phased in. It could be done building at a time. In fact, one of the things that was brought up by someone earlier was what about the fuel storage? Well, if we eventually get rid of the 10 acres we're sitting on now, those fuel tanks will go away. We would certainly put new fuel tanks over on this new area. And the intent then would be they would be above ground fuel tanks, so there's less environmental concerns that happen with that. So what we're asking tonight is option 1 on the south or option 2 on the north. Obviously, with option 1, we have to wait until the swap takes place with Salt Lake City to be able to start any kind of construction. They're working as hard as we are. The ball is in our court right now because we're working on having 2 different plats made up, minor subdivisions for the 2 lots that will be traded. We're working with an engineering firm to do that. Once those have been created, both lots would be appraised. We'd come back to our council and Salt Lake City's council to approve that swap. Depending on any financial differences that may arise, that might be a problem, but probably minimal because we're talking about the exact same size of lots and we're talking about the same area. So very likely that there wouldn't be much difference in that. The only thing we need to do now is have you decide which side, which lot you would prefer to do that on. Funding is available in the budget this year to design the building. And whether you pick the north side or the south side, we still could move ahead with the funding, or with the design. We could not start any construction, obviously, until we actually own the property on the south. Any questions? But we do need a decision.
Councilmember Stoker.
So just for clarification, if we go with the south side, it gets us out of the runway protection zone, which helps facilitate land trades, and it gives us the greatest flexibility to build a replacement public works facility a little at a time?
That's correct.
Is there a downside to option 1?
We don't own the property yet. That's the only downside I could see.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question, Jim. It's more just a reminder to me. Did Salt Lake City say they would be interested in selling the property to the west of the black demarcation line there?
Not selling it, because the problem, we asked them about selling property. And because FAA monies were involved when this property was originally purchased, they will not sell it. They can't. They can swap it, but they can't sell it.
So, I mean, we do the swap for 9 acres, but how do we get the property beyond that to the west? It's the one that you showed, the full complex.
All right, we've got the first, okay, the second 10 acres would come from a swap of the existing site we're on now.
So they would end up with that as well?
That's correct, because they would like to have us out of that. That's part of the RPG area. We would wind up with approximately 20 acres right there.
Thank you.
My only question is, how long do you think it's going to take to deal with Salt Lake City?
In talking to them, they're ready to move as fast as government moves. Again, the ball's in our court right now, because what we're trying to do is get these two plats made. Once we get them made, we will submit them to them for their approval and you for your approval. Then we'll get the appraisals done, and we're hoping that all of this can be accomplished within about 6 months. Talked to Ryan before the meeting started to see about what the process would be for bonding of this, and he's thinking the same time frame, maybe 6, 8 months. So and in the meantime, we can have the drawings going. So the timing is really pretty good right now to make this all accomplished this year.
I do. Yeah, thank you. Dave Murphy's not here, but I don't know if you're familiar with how the discussions with 7800 South as well went with this. We wanted to tie those issues together, and just curious how that went.
I don't have the information Dave has, but I do know that they are wanting to work together in both aspects of that. So,
I personally would want. I know they want to, and we want to. But I would like to, if we make a move, I would want to, can we tie those two together and we have an accord, an agreement on all of that? That would be my preference. That puts us back a little bit, but I think we're okay in that regard. Secondly, we had a citizen talk to us about the county's facilities. And I brought up some good points. We've talked a lot about sharing facilities and reducing costs and being efficient with our money across the board. All of this money comes out of the same pockets. One entity does one thing, another does the other. And I'd just be curious to know where we've gone in those discussions, what homework we've done in that regard, because I'm completely unaware of any of it. And so that doesn't mean it didn't happen, it's just I haven't heard about it. So I'd be curious to know.
Well, one thing I'd like to add is Ben, he's still here, shared with us today in our fleet meeting that he's already picked up so quickly on the software and everything else that they're going to be bringing a proposal in the near future that we believe we can save money by even cutting more of the connections to the county. Again, it's not that we don't appreciate what the county's done.
Right.
They have done a great job for us, but this is a great compliment to Ben and Jim and the transition that's been going on. So I'm sorry that I let the cat out of the bag, but we can certainly go back and address this and look at it. I think that the thing that needs to be looked at is that you gave us direction a few years ago to see what we can do to save more money. We've already been underway under that, and they're seeing more ways that we can. So we'll look at it, but they're finding ways to save money even right now, separating ourselves more. So
Sure. And just to be clear, that issue is, although important, it's secondary to me to that 7800 South. The 7800 South is huge. That is a huge issue. That is beyond this here we're talking about, in my mind, because that is long-term, huge impacts across the board of the city. We could put this wherever. So I don't want to untie those unnecessarily or too quickly. There's some leverage that we need to protect and be careful with. But we just talked about moving too quickly. I just want to be careful and make sure that we don't. We have, you say they've committed, saying we want to work together, and possibly we really want to work with them too, but I'd like to have some semblance of a deal in place before we move. Thank you.
Any direction? Please.
I move that we direct staff to proceed with option number 1, condition upon the land swap being tied with 7800 South.
I have a motion by Councilmember Stoker.
Comment?
Yes.
Motion and possibly a second, but
Actually, we better wait and see if we got a second.
Do you want a second then? Make it.
You second now? For discussion?
Put me on the spot here. Maybe you want to withdraw for a minute?
I'll withdraw my motion for a minute.
Okay. Now, Councilmember Southwood.
The concern I have is, I don't really mind, and this is probably a good option on the south, taking the north off the table That's probably a good option in my mind as well. And it's probably, I'll just say that's probably a good option as well.
I would like to, other than the motion that's made, I would like to see if the negotiations on the trade after the survey is complete and everything's done, to see if we can negotiate so that Dave Murphy is involved in that before we proceed on design or anything else, because should that break down, which I expect, I'll state that right now on the record, if that breaks down, I would like to be able to do whatever we need to do to get a facility going sometime in the next calendar year. So, that would just be a direction if we did that rather than, but please, anyone? Councilman Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. I just move that we adopt Resolution 1530 with option 1, stressing to staff to not necessarily hinge the deal on the 7800 South property, but at least discuss it to see if we can make some ground on it and see where it goes.
Second.
Have a motion by Councilmember Nichols, second by Councilmember McConaughey.
I think Councilmember Stoker beat me on that one.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Stoker then is the second. Discussion, Councilmember Southworth.
I will speak against the motion only for the reason I don't want to take the north off yet until we have a deal on 78.
I agree with that. I'll be speaking against the motion, so. Any other discussion? Let's vote.
Can I ask for clarification on the motion? Did it also include the language that was in the staff report to have staff proceed with request for proposal for the design, or are we waiting to see if they're working with Salt Lake City first?
Yeah.
Salt Lake City first?
Yes, the city first. And
Okay, because I wanted to make sure if I leave that in or take it out, that makes a big difference. So it's out, okay?
I agree with that.
Okay, so we ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mayor Robb.
With that clarification, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Southworth.
No.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Haga.
No.
Councilmember Nichols.
yes.
Councilmember Stoker.
Yes.
The vote passes 4-2 in favor.
Okay, we've got just 3 more items I think can be done really quick, I hope. Item C, discussion and possible action regarding city council allocation to the utility hardship fund. Ryan.
Mayor and Council, we talked about this earlier, and it's in the staff report. We are running very low on that. We have the opportunity with the budget amendment coming up in 2 weeks to allocate some money. As I talked with staff, they felt comfortable with $3,000 as we begin to work with citizens to build up that hardship fund. And so we would ask if it is something that council wants to do to direct staff to bring that back in the budget amendment in 2 weeks.
Anybody opposed to that?
Not opposition to that question.
Oh, you had it first. Okay, go ahead.
Ryan, it shows an amount of $3,000. Based on current trends, how long would that carry us over?
We feel like that would give us 12 months to be able to begin working with citizens to build up that fund.
Okay.
Anybody against giving direction to staff to proceed and bring it back? Seeing no one, please.
Thank you.
Item E, approve resolution 14-32, encouraging the state of Utah to address comprehensive transportation funding. Bryce.
Council, the document you have in front of you tonight, the resolution, was prepared by the league. It corresponded with the information that Ken Bullock shared with us tonight. Do you have any questions?
Any question?
Not a question, but a comment. I know he talked about a broad-based transportation solution. I think is probably appropriate. I do get some concerns. I know that we'd be on par with UTA in that regard, and I don't know that that's. I know that us and a lot of cities are really hurting in the transportation arena. I don't know that that's. As a former board member of UTA, I drink the Kool-Aid, but I don't know that that's something that we necessarily would. I would support wholeheartedly, and maybe give them the 0.5% like the county, and give the cities 1.5% or something like that. That's my only consternation.
Councilmember Stoker?
You know, I'm in favor of a resolution of support for comprehensive transportation funding, but I am not in favor of a local option sales tax. I think it's a cheap way to kick the responsibility to the local municipalities, and then for us to take the heat. It looks like they're still going to reallocate some of that to UTA and the county, which I think is against the law, frankly. But I would favor a comprehensive transportation funding that happens at the state level, that has a statewide plan or even a regional plan. But I am not in favor of a local option sales tax. I think it'll divide communities.
What I heard Ken confirm tonight is that the city can't make a 0.25% that would then be divvied out to the county and the UTA, because by law they couldn't do that. So you could only vote on your share. But we have communicated that. But I know that the mayor and I, in having a meeting with Ken directly, when he described the other things that were going to be implemented with that, and that there was only 2 years, and that the jurisdiction would be giving up any future B&C road funds, it really kind of forced the cities to make a decision rather quickly and not forego it for a long period of time. I think that's when the mayor and I both came to a conclusion that, while we're not thrilled with it, the way it's structured would probably do the best of giving the money directly to us and not letting somebody else get their hands into it, and not leave other cities with the opportunity to sit on the sidelines and wait. I don't know, Mayor, I don't want to speak for you.
You couldn't have said it better. I was just like Councilmember Stoker. I was the same. And if this is the best we get to get more funding to help, I agree. I think that there's better, but this is kind of the way it's trending, and I'd rather have this as long as it levels the playing field. So if you choose not to, as a city, not to engage in that 0.25%, you lose your B&C road funds.
Yeah. The other nice thing is that by not sticking with B&C road funds, we have more latitude to spend that on any type of transportation projects we want, rather than keeping it narrow to what B&C is focused on.
Wow. Aggressive.
Councilmember Hagan and then Councilmember.
So I attended a league meeting about this issue, and I think we need to understand that this is just one of 4 other bills up on the Hill, and as we all know, they, like our bill, it might not even go anywhere. But I'm opposed to any tax burden on the cities. I think the legislature should step up. If we pass a resolution, it would be to ask our representatives to step up and put a use tax on fuel. That's my personal opinion. As far as what the council decides, I'd be opposed to this resolution, though.
Get in the game, please.
Councilmember Nichols.
Sorry, trying to hit the mic button there. Try to be brief as I can on this, but probably a clarifying question. Maybe Wendell could help me with this, maybe Ryan could help me with this a little bit. But on funding for our roads right now, as I understand, it's not lane miles, it's not complete lane miles, they're just funding just the road. Is that correct? Just the length of the road, not lane miles.
Yeah, that's correct.
Are they addressing that at all in any of the bills that are being proposed?
Not that I've seen yet, but again, the dialogue is just barely in the infant stage, and it'll probably all happen the last week of the session. So we have to be, and we've got 2 of our staff members, myself and Bryce, are totally engaged at the Hill, so a lot of things might come down really rapidly, and we may have to take sides down the stretch. We'll just have to see. We've got to get something. There's not enough funding available.
I don't know, my thinking tends to lean more towards what Councilman Haga has said is the fact that we're trying to collect transportation funds from sales tax, and it should come from the point of sale, which is the gas station, the people who are driving. It doesn't make any sense to me that we're trying to do it in general sales tax, but.
And there's the argument the other way that there's now electric cars are coming on the market, the hybrids, and I mean, that's why they're trying to make it so that every person pays a share. So I don't have the answer either. I don't know that we want to take a position right now. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I saved my comments from the earlier session for now, but based on time, I'll still keep it really short. Ideally, I think I would rather see, instead of something like this, a mileage-based tax when you go to register your car, so that regardless of your fuel source, regardless of mileage, miles per gallon, you're paying for the miles driven. I think that would be ideal. I'm not sure if this is a step forward or not. The local option has me a little bit concerned. Looking at this as a partial or like baby steps toward a final solution, I worry that this might lay the groundwork for something more convoluted and more complex and more problematic in the long run. I like most of the resolution. I think I could support it if we eliminated a couple sentences out of section 1 that specifically talk about the local sales tax option. I think the rest of it's dead on where we're recognizing the problem, but in its entirety, in its current state, I don't feel like I can support this, although I do very much appreciate what the league is doing and that they are trying to push the issue, and very much want to support them in doing that. I just don't think this is the right direction to start.
Should we postpone action on this at least until next meeting, so we can see more how it starts to develop, because it's just barely starting to. I think, is anybody opposed to doing that now? I mean, something might ramp up pretty quickly. I have to do something, but I think so.
So I move that we table this item until the 25th meeting.
Second.
A motion and a second. Motion by Councilmember Stoker, second by Councilmember McConaughey. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Stoker?
Yes.
Councilmember Southworth?
Aye.
Mayor Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Councilmember Hagan?
No.
Councilmember McConaughey?
Aye.
Vote passes 5-1 in favor.
Okay, last item tonight. Hopefully we can get her done here in a couple minutes. Discussion and possible action regarding a budget amendment request for the Youth Theater Committee. Councilmember Hagan.
So I brought this up to the council last meeting, and what we're asking really the youth theater is not really to extend the budget, but to amend the budget, because I think we'll see it reimbursed. They've already actually made money in their account, but because the way I've learned this from Bryce, the way government revenues are accounted for and expenditures, they can't account for their revenues as a plus. So they've made their last play, they made $8,000, if I'm right, Bryce. And so they're already in a positive mode, and they have $2,000 in their budget now, and we need about $6,000 more just to get us over to this next play that they've already casted and everything. So this process has to happen so we can allocate that money to the council budget. Complex, but we're talking about $6,000.
And they haven't sold any seats. Is that accurate? Yeah, I mean,
They won't spend any money until we make an action.
I would move that we approve as directed by, or as recommended by Councilman Haga, but that we send the direction that next time they don't do something without a budget amendment. You know what I'm saying? Prior to the budget amendment. I don't like to hear the fact that they're already basically staffing for a play that doesn't have a budget.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Nichols, second by Councilmember Haga. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember Southwood.
Yes, I concur with what you said, Councilman Nichols, but I know for a fact this is the third time since I've been on the council where it could be more, but I know for a fact this is the third time that they've come, it's not just, and in all fairness, it's not just the youth theater. It's other parts of our council come and say, oh, we already started, we spent all this money, now we need the money. You know, what? And every time we said the same thing, don't do it again. Don't do it again. And now we're saying, don't do it again. Shame on me, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. So I will be opposing the motion.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be in opposition to the motion. A couple of reasons. Number one, it looks like the document that's in front of us suggests it's actually it's not requesting $6,000, but it appears they're requesting $9,273 rather than $6,000. So that's number one. Number two, as you look historically at what they've spent and what they've brought in, it looks like the budget has been set up in such a way to already anticipate their budgeted revenues in with the additional funding that they receive. I mean, as I'm looking at this, my file's got a little bit skewed, but I think the arts have overall about $48,000 budgeted. This is youth theater and all of the arts committee. We bring in $11,000 from ZAP taxes. So the balance of that, you're asking, where does that balance come from? And most of it is budgeted to come from the revenues that they've received. And the youth are budgeting $8,000 for, I think it's here, yeah, roughly $8,000 per year. And they've been falling very, very short of that. They're coming in closer to $6,000 in ticket revenue. And they have had other fundraisers and things to try and bring that money up, but the revenues are nowhere near what the budget is. We're already covering the shortfall. And then looking at where they're spending the money, they have, for example, royalties, an amount budgeted for royalties so they can buy the rights to these various plays of $1,000. But when they did Tarzan, they spent just shy of $3,000. When they did Willy Wonka, they had $1,000 budgeted. They spent just over $2,000 on that. I mean, the budget has been the same, and it's just completely blown for something else. You go back to 2013, 2014, they did Anne of Green Gables, which came in under budget, but then they also offset it with Sleeping Hollow that came in more than double. My thought would be, instead of just offering them additional funding, rather we first pursue the option that was suggested earlier by seeing if we can't work with Comcast to get them more involved in that and help use that as a type of fundraiser to offset the difference. Number two, similar to what we've done with the performing arts, or the theater group for the older folks, let them do one venue or one show in a neighboring city like the Midvale Arts Center. Right now they're spending $4,200 per performance for the middle schools. If we could cut that down in half by going next door, granted it's not ideal, but we're actively working to get them a permanent solution, that would be $2,000 right there, plus additional funding if we're able to do something with the Comcast Cares. I'd rather see them have more skin in the game rather than just continue to dole out money where it's been a habitual problem. So for those reasons, I would speak against this motion.
Councilmember Hagan.
Just, I've been on this committee for a year, and I don't know the background, so I appreciate that, hearing that. But, however, I've been at all their meetings. They have perfect accounting. They conduct their meetings professionally. And in reality, they have a cash positive from their budget amount. And it's too late for me to explain it to you. But what I think, what I was proposing to Bryce, if the council's not willing to give them $6,000, which will be returned upon the finish of their play, I'll just go to Comcast and ask for a donation. That's easy. So, but how do I do that, Brian, if to allow them to use a donation from a business that I solicit.
We would, again, still have to amend the budget to bring that in because they're only authorized to spend $20,075 right now. So if they were able to get something like that, we would have to do an amendment to the budget to allow them to spend that. They're going to be still capped at that $20,075.
So hence why we're here is there's no solution other than help them once, and I'll make an accounting to the council personally to you that they came and repaid that amendment to the budget.
Councilmember Southwood.
Okay, you have a little bit more of a historical perspective too, and it's a little bit fuzzy, but I do recall we had a discussion, and anybody else who calls us can chime in here, but we had a discussion, we increased their budget not too long ago, maybe 2 years ago, I think, and we said, look, as long as you're bringing in the money, yeah, absolutely, you can spend it, and it looks, and they had a good year at that point, but I don't think the following years have been as good. And so, you know, the idea was we would adjust that.
And if I can add to that, we see that reflected in the budget, where the budget amount of revenue from ticket sales jumped from 6,000 to 8,000, but the actual revenue still remained around 6.
So the experiment didn't work out as we thought it would, but anyway. So the point I'm saying is we probably need to we set the budget and hold them to that. But I think Councilman Haga, you bring up a good point. Our rodeo committee, the Stampede, they take on sponsorships all the time to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars. A great idea, a great way to, if you want to increase your budget, instead of going to the city and saying, give us more money, find ways to either A, make your product more viable and desirable and sell more tickets, bring in sponsorships, concessions, you know, look at these other revenue streams. Great idea. But if you can get them to think that way, that would be awesome. Perfect.
I just have two final comments. One, if we kept the old library, they could reduce the cost in both arts funds by substantial amounts. And number two, it's hard for me to deny those youth that have the ability and the artistic nature to perform $6,000, or I don't know what the total budget is. You could $9,000 when we spend over $600,000 of tax money on a soccer complex. I don't know how much on 2 baseball fields, and it's hard for me not to justify those that don't maybe have athletic talent but have other talents. So I'll be speaking in favor of the motion. Let's vote and go home.
Okay, ready? Councilmember Haga?
Yes.
Councilmember Stoker?
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey?
No.
Councilmember Southward? You can't abstain. No. Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
Mayor Ralph?
Yes.
The vote passes 4-2 in favor.
All we need is a motion.
Move to adjourn.
I have a motion. Second. We're adjourned.
I think there was some final comments.
We didn't vote and we skipped remarks.
We skipped remarks and we didn't vote on the adjournment.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't skip closing remarks.
I didn't even think you just said
You know, it's par for the course.
On favor,
Did you have a remark?
I did, if I can.
It's really not debatable in the meeting, but if you have a remark, let's go ahead.
No, based on the email that we received, plus the comment that came up during citizen comment, I would like to know if there's any opposition if we direct staff to investigate volunteer opportunities for teenage youth at the animal shelter and bring something back to the next.
Chief's
I'm already doing that.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Good comment.
With that, I have no other remarks, and
Then move to adjourn.
I would second that.
Okay. Now we're adjourned.
Do we need to vote on it?
We don't need a vote. I just checked the rule. It's not debatable.